good morning to you from our hidden hideaway in the Lake District, where rugby's the religion and the pursuit of perfection is seemingly endless. We're bringing you the 25th edition of the Sedbergh 10s, and what a weekend's action we have in store for you. 16 fabulous teams, one grand prize. They'll be going across it for 2 days, and we'll be bringing you the action across 2 live streams from the 2 showcase pitches. The action is going to speak for itself. However, I'm delighted to say that we have the voice of Dave Rogers and Jack Zorab to add further illumination to what is set to be another sparkling weekend's schoolboy rugby.
And the hosts Sedbergh against Hurstpierpoint. The rain of yesterday has come down. It's made the ground very sodden in Sedbergh, but the sun is out for the start of the action. And Sedbergh, having won this tournament 3 times in a row, last year lost out to Kirkham Grammar School, and so their campaign begins again. And they are in the hands of their scrum half and their captain today, Will Wootton, in the 9 jersey. This is Archie Ivans. And then Ollie Glover. So many of these Sedbergh players down at Roslin Park over the last few days, now having to get ready for the Super 10s. And here is Wootton again, often running with Ivans. That's been a nice combination 2 times over in this first set of plays. Alec Martin in the 10 jersey for Sedbergh. This is kicked to the corner. It's going to sit up nicely for the first try. The hosts are in. That hasn't taken long at all. Harvey Johnson touches down. A few injuries to Sedbergh, which they've had to contend with ahead of their Super 10s. The likes of Junior Newton, Josh Harbour, and the captain Ben Redshaw, all unavailable for Sedbergh today. So Hurst, they were pumped up before kickoff in their tent, but they have been punctured by this early score. And the skill set here, with a stiff wind into their face, that was the chip over. Perfectly executed for Johnson to slide home. Sedbergh up and running. First half, of course, 12 minutes long, 12 minutes each half in this tens format. Now Hurst with the ball in their hands. And that's Sam Grigg in the 6th shirt for Hurstpierpoint. '25th year of the Sedbergh Super 10s. And it does attract, even in these early stages, early morning on a Sunday, a lot of fans, which swell and grow across the course of the 2 days. These group stages are all about trying to place yourself in the cup group, which takes place tomorrow. First 2 teams in each group go through to the cup, and the bottom 2 go through to the plate. Off the top for Hurst. Nice wraparound ball and little jink to then stall the defence. Nicely done. Tom Bosley on the ball for Hurst, and then big carry in midfield. Sedbergh through a little bit of pressure for the first time as Hurst go through the numbers. Nice pass after contact from Ed Tussler. Into Sedbergh's 22 for the first time. Go Hurst. Rayner Parkin now in the 3 shirt. Alfie Slatter. Well, Oscar Mann and Alfie Slatter both wearing 9 today. So that's a modicum of confusion, but not for Hurst here. They're into the wide channels and running fast. Tom Bosley again. Kept alive nicely. Ronan Daniel in Hurst's 8 jersey. Pick and go down the blind side. Henry Stark. And Hurst so close now. Sedbergh patient in defence, waiting for their opportunity. It might not come because Hurst have been precise in this attack from the off, and they get their just reward. Excellent phase play. Great calmness under pressure. All conversions are drop goals today. In this win, this will be very, very tricky. Takes a swipe at it, but 5 points all, it stays. Well, this group sees Sedbergh pitted against Brighton College, Hurst, of course, as well as KES Bath. Brighton against KES is over on pitch 2, just away to the left of our screens here. And so that'll be quite the tussle to see who tops this group and who finishes runners up as well to go into the cup competition tomorrow. Kick off from Hurst. Said, but don't take it cleanly, but it hasn't gone forward crucially. Still with Sedbergh. Good hands off the floor again from Aidan Stewart, and here comes Johnson once more. Pops out, Wootton is there. Played for England under-18s against France just 2 weeks ago, Will Wootton. Again, Stewart. Big bulldozer of a player in the midfield. Hurst, however, have it back in their hands, and they'll loop round here. Very nicely done. Bosley putting in quite a shift. Tom Bosley in this opening match. Here's Stark. And Tussler again, little chip in behind. Sedbergh have this covered. Deep old dead ball area at Sedbergh can be used, and Hurst spotted the space. Tap and go. Lovely to see that. Great knowledge of the rules. Didn't need to go to the 22. Hurst's back were turned. Johnson secures that ball on the edge, and Sedbergh eye this across. Again with Stewart in that 16 shirt. That's taken by Hurst again. Sedbergh realign very, very fast. Those skills which Sedbergh are so famed for in attack, and which we saw last week across the age categories at Roslyn Park, in this wind, being put under pressure to the point of slipping a little. It's fair to say you wouldn't find a better skills-focused rugby school in England than Sedbergh, right through from under 14 through to under 18 category. Their skill level is so high, but Hurst, through a mix of their desire, application and their skill, are putting Sedbergh under so much pressure. Tussler with his hands on the ball.
Let's go, please. Go, boys. Space, lads, okay.
Was Kirkham Grammar School, who last year beat Sedbergh in the final with RGS High Wycombe the plate, and all three schools here, of course, this year. Sedbergh scrum under pressure, and Wootton, though, does well. Chips ahead for himself. Will Wootton doesn't gather. It's amazing how many players come to Sedbergh 10s that then impress and go on to have professional careers. Names stick out of players that have won this player of the tournament in the past. Josh Hodge, now the Exeter Chiefs fullback, back in 2017. He won it for Sedbergh. Ali Crossdale won it for Sedbergh in 2015. It's gone on to have a career at Saracens, Wasps, and now playing in France. Callum Sheedy for Millfield in 2014. Ollie Lindsay Haig as well, England Sevens player for many years. He won it in 2009. Last year's winner, Charlie Clare of Brighton College. What a performance over 2 days that Clare put in. Brighton College, of course, winning Roslyn Park School Sevens against Harrow in the final only on Friday, so then to turn around, make the 5 or 6 hour trip up from Brighton, get ready for the Sedbergh 10s. It is one of the toughest weeks in schoolboy rugby, but it's also one of the greatest and one of the last as well for these boys, playing for their school if they're under 18. And Hurst and Sedbergh have fully applied themselves in this first half, and here come Hurst again, and this might be the go-ahead score for Hurstpierpoint College at Sedbergh. And they have laid out their stall in this first half. It was a raucous tent before they charged out onto the fields, and they said to each other, let's upset the hosts here, and they are doing that. Conversion is good as well. Struck so sweetly. Good scrum, and then the wraparound pass is played perfectly here. Running onto the ball there was Barker, and Barker made the break, had support. How about that for a swan dive? A couple of minutes remaining in this half, maybe less. Charlie Manger kicks us off. Sedbergh trying to run themselves out of the situation. Has been Hurst's half after a perfect beginning from Sedbergh. Winning your first game goes a long, long way to qualifying for the Cup, but it won't, of course, rule you out if you lose it. Peeling away again, Tussler. Now, if Hurst could add something else before half-time, that really would be telling. Manger, big pass, chancing their arm here again, looking for a third. Barker won't be taken. A drop pass from Bosley, but what a half Hurst's number one has had, and what a half Hurstpierpoint College have had. 12 points to 5 against Sedbergh with 12 minutes to play in this first game. Simon Mulholland and everyone in brown having a second half recovery job on their hands. The delegations from both schools on that park at half-time. Everyone excited to be here and everyone offering their opinion on how both schools can progress in the next 12 minutes. Sedbergh behind in this first game. Our next match is coming up on pitch number 1 here. King's Macclesfield against Seaford College will be at 11:05. If you're joining our stream for that one, then stay tuned. And Sedbergh secure that. And we'll keep it alive. And they will be going all out in this second half. Wootton flings it across. Alec Martin now slick passing along, and Sedbergh into Hurst's half, and that's well done indeed. Tom Burton in the 15 jersey with that raid down the right. Charlie Turnbull here. Now Gresswell. Ollie Glover, the number 7, but he's had the ball ripped off him. Hurst have it back, and they'll have the scrum. Super defence from Hurstpierpoint College. Sedbergh make a mess of the Hurst scrum. And Wootton releases the backs. Martin. Not clean ball for Sedbergh, they have to pick up, and Parry does that. That's got tangled in the legs. Hurst have a knock on, and they're rising to this challenge and gaining momentum from these Sedbergh mistakes. Be a significant bloody nose for Sedbergh School. A lot of time remaining, however, 10 minutes of this first 10s match to go. Good clean ball, Hurst with slick hands, creating a 2-on-2. Losing his footing. Hustler plays scrum half. Martin is dusted off by Hurst. Big carry. Tackling in the end from Turnbull. Having a real desire to keep the play alive, Hurst, but running out of numbers who could carry that forward. 5-person scrum, of course, and the locks aren't allowed to treat the ball like a number 8 would. It has to be then taken away by the scrum half. And as the opposition scrum half, you're not allowed to go beyond the halfway mark, so you can't hassle the scrum half in impeding their ball. Other than that, the rules are similar, and there we see that inability to challenge properly, so allowing Wootton to go off and hair away. Switch back on the wing. Quick feet. And again to play things to poaching. Good pass here. Worked it to the edge. Just dropped by Gresswell. Hurst survive once more. One of these opportunities has to come off for Sedbergh, you feel. Turnover of possession, however. Clock goes down. Hurst grow a few inches. Safe ball for Hurst. Then they'll go right to the edge. Good tackle coming in from Blackham. Hurst with the penalty. Worst Sedbergh back 10. It doesn't much matter. They've not been able to contain Hurst's charge here. What a run this is. Hurst's Joss Clark plays scrum half. And here they come, Hurst again, looking for their third try. And there's a great chance into the corner. But tackling into touch is good. Sedbergh play quickly, and they're first to get to it. A big carry from this rangy lock forward for Hurst. And worked on the edge here, bit of speed and avoiding the touchline nicely. Wootton with the tackle. Carry was good from Bosley. Then Rayner Parkin. Another penalty. Hurst, having survived at the start of this half, now with 6 or 7 minutes remaining. A great chance to add to their scoring. Charlie Manger, their captain and number 10, goes around the troops, geeing up his teammates. With the sun coming out, the festival feel starts to descend across the Sedbergh Super 10s. The flow of a festival, whether it's a Sevens festival, a Tens festival, or the 15s festival as we get at St Joseph's and Ipswich, is all about how you finish, not how you start. But then again, it is also about how you start, because you can be out of contention if you don't start well, particularly in this group with Sedbergh, Brighton, KES and Hurst. I think what I'm trying to say is you've got to be good at all points across the weekend, but if you can save something back for day 2, that will stand you in good stead. But Hurst all out and looking for this first victory. Strong line out taken. Sedbergh drive it in field. Pinched. Doesn't go round Wootton, goes to his backs. Flung over. Manger, the architect, and wanting his back line to seek that left-hand wing. Manger flicks it up off the floor. Little jink back, Tussler carries, has he got it down? Try is given. Hurst with a 3rd score of the tie. And I think it was Ed Tussler that got it down. Low, glancing to the right-hand side of the posts, however. So 17-5, but Hurst now in a formidable position. Hands were good from Clark to the edge. So Sedbergh with potentially enough time to get back into this if they move quickly. Going down this left flank, darting in and out is Callahan. Martin through the hands of Poaching. Ollie Glover securing the ball again. Martin jinks and then brings in Finn White, one of the new players added to the Roslyn Park group. Bolster this squad to 20. Burton breaking upfield. Tom Burton sizes up the sweeper and glides round to go under the sticks. Have Sedbergh kept the game alive? Fine score from Tom Burton. Moves quickly as well, adds the 2. 17-12 now. Burton involved throughout. Here he almost waxes the defence without a finger laid on him. Sedbergh kick off quickly. No one waiting around in Brown at the moment. Penalty to Sedbergh. 5 points the difference. And 10 metres extra awarded. So they go. Alec Martin, Wootton, Burton again. Plays it out to his winger, stepping in and then sizing up the last defender. What a tackle that is. Carry was from Wilbur Blackham. But Blackham stopped short, so Sedbergh have to reset. They use their forwards and Finn White again. And Martin has an inside ball here. Surely the line is there. The last-ditch tackling is brilliant from Hurst. Can they keep them out? And Sedbergh goaded into action by this Hurstpierpoint College team, but the response is as you'd expect. Try scored by Archie Ivans, conversion taken, and there is the points which see Sedbergh home at the end of the match. Thrilling finish to this game of tens, and the hosts just about coming through it. Burton with that last line, and Ivans took on 1, 2, 3 and 4. $19 points to 17. You can never count them out. Hurstpierpoint putting together a game good enough to beat Sedbergh, and yet somehow they come away without the victory. Well, that is quite the omen for the next 2 days. Sedbergh up and running, but this group is going to be a tight one.
Yeah, it does work. I can hear you.
here at Sedbergh Super 10s. Our second match is soon to begin. Seaford College against King's Macclesfield is on pitch number 1, and Kirkham Grammar School against Cokethorpe is on pitch 2. If you're looking to follow Kirkham Grammar School in their title defence after winning last year against Cokethorpe in their first game, well, that is on pitch 2. So King's Macclesfield actually against Seaford College, not against Brighton College, as our graphic says. Brighton College have played their first game already, and they won it against KES Bath. So this is Seaford College against King's Macclesfield. So here we go, Seaford kicking us off in the white and the blue, King's Macclesfield in the red and blue. If you're new to 10s and just tuning in and watching team you're interested in is similar to 15, similar to 7s, a mix of both. And for the scrums, just 5 in it. The ball has to go through the legs of the two locks, and the scrum half is untouched when he gets it away. Lovely looping pass to go all the way round for Seaford College's scrum half. That was Arthur Chads. Chads has it again. Seaford do the job at the scrum, and Chads is going to be in here for the first score. Lovely darting run from the scrum half. And a great try for the Next Gen 15 team here, because Arthur Chads' dad is working with us up here in Sedbergh, as he was at Roslin Park, and on our screens, thanks to his father, and making sure that he makes that time count. Arthur Chads with a lovely try. Quite the conversion, but how about this for a changeover of possession? King's Macclesfield scrum half, Harrison Milner, their captain. Nothing he could really do about this. Losing possession, the foot of the hooker, and Chads was off to the races. So Seaford back to the restart, and number 8 is Archie Close for King's Macclesfield. And there's Milner, the captain. And there's Ted Broadley. 17 tries from catch and drives this season. Ted Broadley, a little far out to be able to add to that tally on this occasion. Swallowed up Harrison Milner, isn't he? It's a nice old school show of the ball from Ed Reynolds. And back to the left they go. Lever. Number 8 is close again. Broadley to the back, but it's Seaford ball, and those lively backs are up to their tricks. Knocking on in the process. We saw in our first game how Hurstpierpoint College really took it to the nostrils of Sedbergh. Twice giving them a bloody nose, but Sedbergh's class and their urgency coming through. They took that first victory by a conversion. That's how close it was. Despite being well down at one point, 3 tries to 1, they stormed back. That last carry from Toby Wilson, England under 17 player, and Sale Sharks. The books there. Milner. Good reach and take from Solomon Lever. Playing with the advantage here, Kings. They puncture this defence. Offload after contact, not quite. Just needed that extra trail runner to come storming through there after Lever, or after Milner had made the break. Get a picture of the type of wind which the hookers and kickers are dealing with here at Sedbergh from the assistant referee's flags and those flags behind the posts. It's blowing from right to left and at the backs of King's Macclesfield, in the faces of Seaford. It does make a difference. We are looking to follow the action on pitch 2, by the way. It is a separate stream on the NextGen channels, so do seek that one out. Cokethorpe against Kirkham Grammar School. That's on pitch 2. So you just have to go out of this one, find pitch 2 stream, and you can follow the coverage of those two teams. They are about 15 metres away from where our cameras are set up here. Stay across the action on pitch 1 and 2. All these 4 teams in action with each other over the course of today. 3 games, and then the winner and runner-up of the group will go into the cup competition groups at the start of day 2. And if you finish in 3rd and 4th, you go into the plate competition. So those schools with high ambitions here looking to finish in first or second position, and Chads is off and running again. Really dangerous player. He's marking himself out to be Arthur Chads. Good presentation, but Kings Macclesfield working hard on the floor. Tap and go from Kings Macclesfield. And close on the ball again. Now Wilson. Good juggle with it from Noah Wolstenholme. Now Reynolds. Like the shape of the way Ed Reynolds keeps popping up in the midfield. Milner tracks back across. Chance here for Kings Macclesfield. They've opened up Seaford on the right flank. Seeks support and the safety of the inside. Good pass to force his forwards to reach it, and that's right on the gain line. Gain line, I guess, takes a little more of an importance in 10s as opposed to 7s, where really it doesn't matter at all. But still, you've got to be wary that there could be an opportunity by going backwards to go forward. Seaford aren't looking back at all, herring down the right wing, and this is a long chase for the line. Great tackle back. Offload is there. Can Seaford make this pay? The run was splendid from Harry Foster, but it's Kings Macclesfield with the ball in their hands again. Having to start from deep, it's pitched again, maybe the chance. The support on the outside, there it comes. And it's Harry Bostock. His fellow lock made the break downfield. And Bostock profited after the interception from Liam Boyle. Seaford with their second.
Good boys, good boss. Nice. Go over chasing, nice and steady, yeah? That's it. Go long, Alex, go long, Al.
That was the pinch from Boyle, and he looked left initially. Thankfully, he had a teammate on the right in Bostock, and Seaford over again. Kings Macclesfield now chasing this game. Wilson. If he gets away, he's going to be dangerous. He has those long striding legs, and he can move them quickly too. Close, nicknamed Crouchy, is Archie Close because of his ability in the air and football, presumably. An important man today for Kings Macclesfield, but they just can't break through this Seaford defence. Seaford, a school where NextGenXV has great roots, actually. It's a spiritual home for us, where we started with one of our first streams 3 or 4, maybe 5 years ago now, doing the Seaford Sevens down there. Back in the days when it was Cheers Mate Productions, and now NextGenXV, a global conglomerate working in rugby and across the UK, South Africa as well. Schools rugby at the very forefront of our coverage. As we'll see today and tomorrow, the quality of the rugby at this level, so good to watch. So 15 seconds or so remaining until the half-time whistle goes. 12 minutes a half in 10s. Kings Mac could do with something here. Reynolds at fly half, switches in the midfield. That's a good line. Reynolds is now on the outside once more, in a little more space, the winger. Cuts back on the right wing. Not causing Seaford too much consternation in defence, and they force the error, so that will be half-time. Tracked across nicely, Seaford, shuffling that back line to the left, and then the error comes just the next phase begins. So Seaford 10 to the good against Kings Macclesfield. Switch of ends means that the wind now to the backs of Seaford College in the white and the blue, and Kings Mac have it right in their faces. Does drop down and then gust up a little bit, so on how things fare, it may not be too influential, and yet it could be. But look at the influence on this game from Richard Twitchin. Big carry from the number one. And Seaford with a bit more confidence now with this 10-point advantage to try and play more aggressive Brandon rugby. Lovely hands along the line into Hamish Williams. And Chads can't find a clean pass. This is chipped through. This might work as well, but Kings Mac are back to cover. Be a goal line dropout. Lucky not to be more there. Be a knockdown, much as a knock on. And if that was deemed to be deliberate, then it could have been a yellow card against Kings Macclesfield. As it is, Seaford with a scrum, and we've seen what they can do from scrums. Going to have a little break with Richard Twitchin down after a powerful carry from Twitchin. It is the defending champions who are also in this group in Kirkham Grammar School. They're currently in action against Cokethorpe. But if Kirkham Grammar School are the standout name in this group, well, I have to see how their vintage is at 10s this year first before we really pass judgment. But presuming they are of a level or similar to last year, then this may be a group where runners-up position is the place everyone's really competing for.
Okay.
See.
Crouch! Fine! Please don't move from the tunnel. Set!
Hard lines through the middle, but knocking on.
Here we go now, come on, here we go.
Just come down. Red ball. Nine, you have to stay in the tunnel. You can't drop back. Okay, you have to be in the centre of the tunnel. No, you've got to be in the centre of the tunnel.
Come back in a minute, come back in a minute.
I'm off.
A correction to what I've just said there. I was completely wrong. Seaford are not in a group with Kirkham or with Cokethorpe. Seaford's next match is against Queggs Wakefield. That's at 1:30, and then they will be playing Hampton School at 3:15 later on. Kings Macclesfield against Hampton as well later, and then Queggs Wakefield at 3:15 later in the afternoon. So apologies for the confusion there. So that's a very, very difficult group for anyone to qualify out from, with the likes of Hampton and Queggs and Seaford. And Kings Macclesfield will looking to have a go at everyone who comes their way, no doubt about it. Here is Freddie Griffiths from the Sale Sharks Academy. Reynolds is not back, wearing that 11 jersey, but normally a full-back in 15s.
Blocks forward on the floor. Scrum down. Red ball. Wait for the set so the ball come in before you drive, please. Crouch! Bye! Set!
Seaford scrum gets the creak on Kings Macclesfield. They'll go cross field from here, and there's a lot of space now for Kings Macclesfield to wreak havoc from. The chip over from James Brady.
Leaving 15 red.
Great tracking back from Seaford, and now they'll kick long. A lot of red jerseys back here, but they've lost all that yardage. So Milner has to set things up again. Does go off the floor. Big fend here. That's nicely done from Griffiths. And Griffiths is away. Has the sweeper to draw. Support on the inside. Well-timed pass. Now can Kings Macclesfield score from here? What a try that is. Finn Usher touches down. And they have hauled themselves off the canvas right back in the tie. When Harrison Milner was jaunting back and trying to look for a way through, it did seem an awfully long way away, the try line, but just how quickly they transitioned here, and all because he kept this offload. And Freddie Griffiths' place is a great fend. And look at this for drawing a man. Commits so late, and it's that extra pump which I think makes this try and means that Finn Usher wasn't caught. Super play from the blind side. 5 points the difference now. With 7 minutes to play this second match. Goes Chads.
Take him back.
Back into the 22 and then kicked forward. That's from Oscar Hayward. And boot to ball now. Back in the arms of Gibbons. Reynolds engages in a run. Swallowed up here by Seaford's defence. Not enough pace on the ball from Kings Macclesfield. So Chads will look to put pace on it for Seaford, will he?
Happy on you. Stay where you are. Thank you.
Confidence we saw from Seaford at the start of this half just being challenged somewhat in the minds of Seaford players. But something here would go a long way to helping that, and that's lovely from Chads. Back on the inside, and the dive from Jimmy Staples. But the try, not given. That is surprising. What happened here?
Right, 8. You wouldn't
Try and
speak
unpick
like
this
that.
one.
Not question the ARs as well, thank you.
Short line. Was it before the 5 metre? Or was it because Jimmy Staples dived too early? And it's been given for double movement. Now that seems extremely, extremely unfortunate for Jimmy Staples. He did dive early, but you're allowed to then place, so I don't quite understand, or at least have a certain level of sympathy for Jimmy Staples there, and for Seaford, but they're not going to hang around here. Chad's
Not 10.
takes it quickly. Macclesfield not 10. Chads goes to the corner.
Take the 5 for me, Red, on the 5.
Well, he dives for the line there, Jimmy Staples, and then placed it. And you could say he had momentum from his own dive. And I just wonder whether, because it was his choice to go to the deck by diving early,
Staying on the line for me.
had he been taken to the ground and then placed in a tackle, I think that would have been fine, but maybe that was what was in the referee's mind. Anyway, no try the decision.
Use it now.
Back to Gibbons.
Gone backwards.
Going backwards, and Seaford in a spot of bother here with
No.
Kings Macclesfield hands on the ball. But Chads has it, and that's a nice line taken from Bostock. Lovely through the legs to keep this alive. 1-on-1 on this left-hand flank. Cutting back in is White.
Penalty, high tackle by 10 Red.
And this is all Seaford now with just over 2 minutes to play, but only 5 points ahead. They can't afford a slip up. Another try would settle them nicely with George Key going round the outside. Key, legs taken, keeps it alive. Good support from Ethan Davis.
Roll 6 Red.
6 metres away, and Chads needs runners, and he finds Staples again. And Staples has it ripped. Kings Macclesfield with a chance now. Griffiths is going to have to go somewhere like he did for that first try. Penalty Seaford, surely now. Arthur Chads and his gang of Seaford College students
Captain, please.
can see this home. But it's not going to be in their pocket yet.
I've spoken to the Whites about this. You need to stop questioning the decisions. You're playing number 8 Red. Don't want to hear it again from him, okay? My decision, not his. Okay.
So Archie Close, the guilty party there, number 8, and referee making it quite clear to Harrison Milner, the captain of Kings Macclesfield. Silence is golden when it comes from players who aren't the captain speaking to the referee.
Stay here. Coach! Bind!
Seaford with the chance to put this game to bed. Arthur Chads can't get it back.
Okay.
He had his eyes
On this side, reset.
and his sights on the try line down the blind side, didn't he?
Scrum down, White ball. 1 minute, 20. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Solid scrum. Chads is off again, has the speed here, sizes up the defence and gets there, and that's the ball game. Arthur Chads with 2 and Seaford College with the win. Harrison Milner here, Kings Macclesfield's captain, knows what's coming, but he's not allowed to challenge. He can't go beyond the halfway mark on this scrum, so he has to go back to his side, and then he's already conceding space and time to Arthur Chads, and you cannot afford to do that. But a victim of the rules of tens there slightly, Kings Macclesfield. Because Harrison Milner had to go back to his side and just couldn't cover the ground. So 15-5. Seaford are going to be off to a winning start here. Just a few seconds perhaps to play. But Macclesfield off and running with Reynolds. And Reynolds goes himself now. Down the gunnels, Ed Reynolds Doesn't have support, so puts it in behind. Foot race engaged in, but Seaford and White recover nicely.
White in at the side. White 18.
Griffiths takes it. Milner, lovely pass. Good hands from Kings Macclesfield here, and they might be in. Evan Williams can't get it away, and that is the final whistle. Seaford in control, but there was a little wobble, wasn't there? Kings Macclesfield made them work for that. 15 points to 5 in their first match on.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play. Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff.
First of four, first of four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction, and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what we've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh,
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. the spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
Welcome back to Sedbergh, everybody. Our next match on is Ipswich School against Dulwich College. Well, apologies for the misspelling of Ipswich. I've not seen that one before. But there we go, typos do happen. So there we go, the correct spelling of Ipswich School against Dulwich College. Here we go. A late kit change for Ipswich, however, due to the kit clash. If you're the named first team, it's therefore your responsibility to change your kits. They've had to turn those jerseys inside out. Might mean reading their numbers is a little trickier, but we'll do our best. Dulwich College get us underway, and they're straight into whipping this ball across the face of the defence, and then picking on softest shoulders they can find, but Ipswich closing off the space nicely and then having to track back. Dulwich with this early possession. That is imprecise, and Ipswich might pounce here. A little over-eager on the chase. Still with the possession though, and Owen Castles with his hands on the ball there, the number 9 for Dulwich. But it's Ipswich now. That possession, that defence has been really good from Ipswich. Here they come looking for the line. With those white jerseys, not their usual strip, but the performance is as they wanted it. Right on point against the London School. Numbers away here, 3-on-1 has to be for Ipswich, and they get the job done. Defence to the fore, and then the attack on point. It's an excellent opening, 90 seconds. I don't think it comes much better than that.
Okay. Yeah, that's all right. No, just let me go there.
Despite the white jerseys here and the lack of numbers, it's Danny Myers who scored this try, and we've got Ipswich coaches alongside me with wry smiles about the kit change, the forced kit change that has been imposed upon Ipswich here. Almost taken brilliantly.
Forwards into touch. Option. Hold it. Sorry. Scrum call. Be on the 5. It's forward into touch.
Well, the team that are starting on the pitch for Ipswich, we know that it's Dye, Louis, Lucas, Martz, Dimitriev, Hollis, Tadaro, Saddleton, Bolton and Tremaine. That is the starting 10.
Bind. Set.
Can Dulwich reply? Under pressure again.
Metre and a half, lads.
In one-way traffic with Ipswich on the Dulwich scrum.
A little bit, just so we're out of that. Stay square. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Pick but scragged is Owen Castles. And he'll look to go, or Peter Ash will, and now this ball being spun down the line. Max Constantiu now onto the edge with Nathan Fiala. Ipswich looking for that ball on the floor, aren't they? It's a contest at the breakdown, and it's heavy contact on the gain line as well from Ipswich. Dulwich just dropping the ball off. Furler again. Penalty for Ipswich. Haven't let Dulwich into their half. And now they go to work. Big carry and then out of contact again. Good tackle from Dulwich initially, but can they stop this Ipswich wave? And there's more numbers here. White jerseys everywhere you look. And Ipswich in again. It is Ellis Tremaine who scores this try after good work in the midfield.
A little bit wider, please. Thank you.
Big carry from Mart van der Vee in the middle of that play, and then Ellis Tremaine diving over, getting a good bit of Cumbrian mud down his lovely white jersey for safekeeping. So good start for Ipswich. In fact, a word perfect start for Ipswich. Taken by Dulwich. Tom Speed, their captain. And Peter Ash into contact. Dulwich again conceding the penalty. But Ipswich with their first, I would say, mistake in this match.
Thank you. Thank you. There's your mark, gents.
Ipswich school is coached by Jacob Ford, one of the Ford brothers, the famous Ford brothers. Jacob, a player in his school days for Harrow School. Very fine sevens player, and someone who's moved into coaching very early in his career. Coach for the likes of Westcliff and Ipswich school he's worked with for a long time now. Knows so much about the game, and that family knows so much about the game. And you can imagine the Sunday lunch conversations about rugby that they might get up to. Bringing all that experience to this Ipswich side. And playing brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly. There's Van der Vee, gets the pace high and then more speed on the ball. Good offload, nice hands. And here's Tremaine again. Little jink and maybe gap opening up. Looking for try number 3. Our Ipswich school, lovely switch here, and Dulwich having to just chase shadows at times. But they've won it back.
Stay 2.
Tremaine takes.
Roll away. Go towards you, tackle in the way.
They're well spread out, Ipswich. Good 10 or 15 metres on many of these passes between players, using the full width here and exposing edges. And here's another try coming. It is a third of the first half. Danny Myers running in for his second. So Myers really kept his width and hasn't had much to do other than score 2 tries, Danny Myers, but holding the edge well.
Thank you.
Can Dulwich reply?
Yeah, Brentford's gone. We haven't got a number.
Has been a match played solely in one half of the field.
Make sure behind them, please, fellas.
Taken by speed. Castles. Pinky. Or rather, Pinkney, excuse me.
No hand, boy, no hands.
Castles again.
Tackle!
Which are very flat when they attack. Perhaps partly to do with their vicinity to the try line. Able to put much speed on the ball, so they go long. And Ipswich have a counter-attack chance, but spoil that one. Dulwich have a little bit of a reprieve here. 2 minutes before half-time. Seen so much of Dulwich on our screens over the years in covering different tournaments. So often they are a team who are featuring in the knockout stages of these types of tournaments. And we've seen a little less of Ipswich through the years, but it's excellent to see what type of a team they have put together for this year's Sedbergh Super 10s. Here come Dulwich, looking to break into opposition territory for the first time. Castle took that tap and go, but again the defence is resolute. And blue shirts being lined up.
Straight onto your hand.
And then robbed on the floor.
Number 12.
Nice pass from Ipswich.
Advantage.
Again on that side, but again a mistake.
50 seconds left. Yeah, just timing, 9. Can't come past the tunnel. Tunnel. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Scoop back. Dulwich on the attack now. Good speed put on the ball. But every single time, it seems, Ipswich have an answer to Dulwich, and now they're putting more speed on their ball. Danny Myers again. Gets through one tackle. Has the ball ripped off him. Castles it is who goes back. From their try line. Last seconds these of the first half. And if Dulwich are to get back in the match, they're going to need a score from somewhere before half-time. But a long way away is the try line. of Ipswich. An early tackle. So maybe Ipswich with a chance to really put this result to bed before half-time, and there's speed on the wing again. And Ipswich have been unstoppable in this first half, 4 tries to 0. They lead Dulwich College. Joe Mallett rounding off the half in some style for Ipswich.
Penalty counts too high, behaviours need to change, please. Thank you. Thank you. Good pick. Yes, good. The attacking at the side. Attacking off the feet. No.
Dulwich with a need to press the reset button here. Daniel Pinkney kicks them off. And for the first time in the match, they go into Ipswich's half. Ipswich with the ball. Played across that face of the defence. Dulwich look to try and make life difficult in winning their ball back. That's good hands onto the edge again. Is that Danny Byers once more cutting through, finds supports. They move the point of contact so well, not allowing the defenders to settle with the movement of their hips in contact. And then there's numbers again here, and Ipswich surely will be in, looking for the fend down the right. Good support. The next wave is timed nicely.
Advantage offside.
Now they go back to
3 blue offside.
the backs and back to the blind side, and then there's the missed pass, and into the corner go Ipswich for number 5.
Yes, please. A little bit wider. No.
So this the build-up play. But how about this for a missed pass when they went back against the Dulwich College defence and completely exposed. Taking on the 22, Pinkney. Good take after a juggle by Dulwich, and they're driven into touch, so more possession here for Ipswich. This is going to be a potentially long 14 minutes for Dulwich College.
Let's go, tempo, please, let's go. Step, step. Watching blue. Maul.
To the middle. Ipswich moving fast towards that Dulwich line.
Time off, he's giving time. She's collapsing. Take time, take time.
Ipswich showing the full range of their weapons in attack, not just out wide, but through the pack and off the top of the line out. There we get a chance to see the setup here, the military tent set up for us for this Sedbergh Super 10s competition. Each school with a tent where they can get changed and
You're happy, yeah? Thank you. The way the phys is go off.
Get ready for each of their matches. And then behind that is the far more modern building around this Sedbergh pitch. Set amongst acres and acres of Yorkshire dales and dry stone walls. It is a picturesque place to be staying and playing rugby for 2 days for these teams. And Dulwich with that line out. Taken on by Antoine Andrews, that last carry. There's the number 8 speed again. But Ipswich have won penalty after penalty off Dulwich College, and they win another one there. Dulwich have numbers here. Will they get their chance to get their hands on these Ipswich players? Not this time. It was a try on the right flank, and now a try on the left flank for Ipswich and their man in the blue scrum hat. We should say that we were given the numbers for each of Ipswich's players by Jacob Ford, their coach, and unfortunately they've had to turn them inside out, and it's a little harder to see the numbers with the reverse side of these players' jerseys. But the skill level so high from Ipswich. There's a lot of power as well in their game, and exemplified by that try.
Advance. No advantage going to come there. Slow ball, lads. Scrum there. There's your mark. Let's go, please. Tempo. About 6.5 minutes. Crouch. Bind. Set. All right, we've gone round 90 there, safety issue. Same mark, please. Let's go, nice and quick, nice and... Both hookers, keep your brake foot down, please, both of you. Let's go. Crouch! Bind! Set! On the arm.
Ben Birch never gets a chance to put that ball in, but he has a penalty, so he taps and goes. Dulwich in their 22, needing a clearance, and that is a huge kick. Perfect spiral. Downfield and bouncing just before the sideline.
Sir, on the edge, please.
Huge gain of ground.
The edge. Straight to the lifter option. Not straight. Scrum? Scrum called. No competition. Here, fellas is on 50. Not straight.
So massive change of the guard for Ipswich. 4 players from the pack departing. Another 4 players from the bench arriving.
There, please.
So life won't get any easier for Dulwich College here. Rolling substitutions allowed at the Sedbergh Super 10s.
Crouch!
So you can start a match, be given a break, and then come back on for the final 4 minutes. And that's exactly what Ipswich have done here. Trying to give impetus to this final 4 minutes or so. But Dulwich College with the ball in Ipswich's half and looking to show what they're about here. Good pass from the base and
no advantage for the late tackle.
Aggressive carry
late
from Peter Ash. Birch, the scrum half.
Roll away!
Charlie Jarman
Advantage, not rolling away.
with that last carry in the scrum hat. And Lucas Hector there.
Yeah, the tackle has got to roll away.
We've had a lot of penalties in this match. So many at the ruck have been won by Ipswich, but here they are giving away a litany of penalties.
Thank you.
Can Dulwich avoid being nilled in this match? Great feat, good offload, but it's going to go to Dulwich now, and they're on the 22. And here is Ash again, starting to relish this challenge. You sense Peter Ash, the rip, huge effort, but he's kept it. Good strength from Ash. Little round the back pass and then into the hands of Dulwich again, and his speed, and the captain goes, looks for the offload, keeps it alive, nicely done. Charlie Pickering in support. Now there's numbers here, but the smother defence is good. And Ipswich hack it forward. Speed from Michael Ije to go back and claim that for Dulwich.
No, it's over there.
And it is only going one way. It's a surprise, actually.
Tackle
There's
must
not
release.
had a card, because 4 or 5, maybe 6 penalties now have gone the way of Dulwich College.
Must release before we can play the ball.
And they have at least slowed the scoring rate down of their opponents.
There you go. White. Make sure we set first, please, lads.
2 minutes remaining for Dulwich College to try and get themselves on the scoreboard in this game. Ipswich kicking in behind nicely and hacked on. There are 4 Dulwich College players back. Ije is one of them, and he does well to secure the ball for his side. Penalty though for Ipswich again, and they're in the danger zone once more. There's so many numbers away here.
I'm telling you, I'm pointing. It's back here, please.
A little over eager to get that ball moving.
Thank you. Bleep. On the line, please. Thank you. Are you in? Yeah, make sure we're in then, please. Thank you.
It's been an excellent first workout for Ipswich. And they're looking to add more gloss to this match and to the scoreline. And this man here on the wing has already scored 2. And now they're going through the heart of Dulwich College to 2 metres short. Back to the blind side. It's been such a successful area for them. It's a hat-trick.
Yeah, that's time anyway. That's time
Final act of the half.
Lads, that's time anyway.
And diving into the corner to secure that ball. It was Bolton who has scored all these tries in the blue scrum. We only got to see his number now that he's dived into the corner where our commentary position is. So apologies for not being able to bring you that in quite the manner, the up-to-date manner we would have liked to, but Bolton with a hat-trick. And a very good example in how to finish on the wing. The Dulwich College player is down injured and receiving treatment, and it's right in the line of where this conversion will be kicked. And so that's why we're having the delay. Well, do stay with us here on Next Gen channels, because we'll be doing a summary show of the morning coming up after this match, because the players now have a break for lunch after final whistle here. We'll be recapping how the morning has gone across pitch 1 and pitch 2 in the company of Joe Burns. Whether these extra 2 points are added or not is of consequence, potentially, in terms of the qualification for the next stage, because if 2 teams are tied, it comes down to what the result is between those 2 teams, and then after that, points difference comes into play. So just to be sure, you've got to try and get every point going. And in this group, we have Felsted, Barnard Castle as well, and it is a competitive group, as all 4 groups are. The aim for each team in each group is to finish top of today in your pool, and then you qualify for the cup pools tomorrow morning. You also qualify if you are the runner-up in your pool as well, but you'll be in a tougher draw than if you win your group. So to keep destiny in your hands as much as possible, I'll just keep winning. It's as simple as that. Certainly been as simple as that for Ipswich. Good news is that the Dulwich College player who was down is now standing up and taking life very slowly and carefully. There's a right shoulder injury which he has sustained. So our best wishes to Dulwich College's number 20, and that is Ben Birch, replacement scrum half, who came on and brought a bit of impetus to Dulwich College's play and speed, and unfortunately seems to have ended his tournament a little prematurely. So a tough end for Dulwich College. Our best wishes to Ben Birch, but a great win for Ipswich School. 35 points to 0 in 24 minutes of play. They are certainly a team to watch out for here in Sedbergh. That is full time in this one. Felsted School will lie in wait, and those fixtures will be taking place a little later on today. Just to mark your card if you're following either of these 2 schools. Well, they'll be back in action. Dulwich College against Barnard Castle at 5 minutes past 2. Won't be on our live stream, it'll be on pitch number 3. Ipswich School will be in action against Felsted at 2:40. And then later on in the day, Ipswich face Barnard Castle at 3:50, whilst Dulwich College will play Felsted also at 3:50. So do stay with us here on Next Gen 15. We are summarising the morning's action, and what a morning it's been. After rain yesterday threatened to really churn up the pitches here in Sedbergh, the sun has come out and dried the dew as best it can, and it's given us a decent playing surface to go off, and Sedbergh got us underway early on, and we'll be recapping how things have gone across the first morning of matches here on day 1 of the Sedbergh Super 10. So do stay with us. Joe Burns coming up with a summary show of the morning's action very shortly.
A glorious sunshine and a super start to the Super 10s here at Sedbergh. And, you know, we're drenched in sunshine, but you look down here, it's real sort of boggy and claggy underfoot. There has been a bit of rain. You've got to think about these boys who've been going to war all week at the Rosslyn Park Sevens as well. Some of these guys, they've got 10 games of Sevens underneath their belt already, so they're going to be really going to the well over these 2 days if they're to go all the way and do what Kirkham Grammar did last year, well, beating Sedbergh in that epic final. Give you a look at the landscape around here. So this is how it's all set up, with all the teams in their various tents right there, pitch side. So kind of a real sort of tribal atmosphere for the various teams as well. They sort of tent in, bivouac next to each other, get to know each other, but they've got their own little bases, and it creates a really, really good culture, really, really good atmosphere here as well. Quite unique, in fact. So really something that we're going to dive into later. We're going to hopefully grab some of the boys as well. But for the time being, I'm going to come to the commentators. Where lost someone there. Here we go. We've got Jack Zorab in the house, and we're going to just have a little summary of some of the action that we've seen, which on your pitch, Jack, started with almost a huge shock, an absolute heartbreak for Hurstpierpoint College, who got beaten at the death by Sedbergh.
Yeah, 17-5, Hurstpierpoint College came out, 3 tries to 1 up, playing like kings, and with maybe 3 minutes to play, Sedbergh pulled it out the fire. I didn't think they'd do it. They weren't playing, they didn't look in the mood, to be honest, but something they tapped into, something in the waters up here in Cumbria, perhaps, and 2 great tries. Tom Burton, particularly to the fore, he's wearing 15 for Sedbergh. So many of them, of course, backing up after their efforts at Rosslyn Park, but they really pulled it out. It was almost a 2.5-minute performance, and they were sensational. The rest of that, it was all Hurstpierpoint, but yeah, it was a good win. Nice for them, I guess, to get that under the belts early on.
A lot of pressure for these Sedbergh boys, a lot of pressure with their big home tournament, but Hurst looked so good, played some unbelievable rugby. I mean, I got to say, I was feeling for them.
Yeah, well, you would have liked this, Burnsy. They were in their little military tent over here, Hurstpierpoint College this is, before. You know, it's a crowded place. They were screaming and shouting at each other, saying they're going to give Sedbergh a bloody nose, and they almost did. Well, we're used to seeing famous scenes up here at Sedbergh, aren't we? There's lots of fans come down, and then every victory against big rugby schools is cheered. Who knows if they'll do it again after last year, and it was Kirkham. They've got to get back on track, haven't they? They want to get 4 in 5 years if they get it this year, but it's going to be tough, I think. It is going to be tough.
And Hurstpierpoint, well, they've got a South Coast derby next, haven't they? Brighton College, who went to the final at Rosslyn Park Sevens. They've just put a load of points on the scoreboard as well on pitch number 2. Who else do you like to look of, Jack, from who you've seen so far?
Well, Seaford individually, I got to say, Seaford College, Arthur Chad's, big shout out to Arthur Chad's 2 tries and just a rapid scrum number 9. We are doing that also because his dad works with us, so we got to.
He's holding the camera at the moment. So if you saw a little jiggle there, it's because there was a little celebratory dance. No, there wasn't really.
Exactly. Yeah, so Arthur's been looking good. Although as a team, Ipswich School were hot stuff.
Formidable.
Yeah, or Jacob Ford. I can't even get that out. But yeah, coached by Jacob Ford, which I was saying on commentary. It's an interesting Sunday lunchtime chat down the Ford family. They're talking tactics, I think, a lot of the time, and Jacob lending all that experience to this Ipswich school, and they're beefy, they're powerful, they've got great skills. So I was particularly impressed with them. I'd be keen to see how they do for the rest of the tournament.
Lovely stuff. We're looking forward to catching up with you, Jack. We'll give you a voice a rest while we break for your lunch. Come on, we'll come this way because we got Dave Rogers alongside as well, another school boys rugby lover. Yes. He's been busy at Rosslyn Park 7, so you've called a number of games as well. So you've seen a lot of these teams in the less congested format of the game. We're in the middle road playing 10s here. Who have you liked the look of so far today?
Well, I think Brighton College will be pleased just to see some grass on the pitch after that final at Rosslyn Park a couple of days ago. They've never won at Pier, unbelievably, but they got off to a really good start. 48-0 winners. Kirkham as well. They were probably a little bit disappointed with how it went down for them at Rosslyn Park. They nearly hit 50 early up. Always teams to watch out for, of course, Kirkham, the defending champions as well. It's an amazing rivalry between them and Sedbergh, so maybe they are on a collision course for a little bit later on. I nearly said the weekend then, but it's Sunday today, isn't it? We've watched so much rugby over the last few days that time is just a construct, but it's not the weekend. Sunday, Monday. Just had a cracking game as well. Barnard Castle and Felsted. Couple of amazing tries. The lead changed hands 3 times. Felsted took that, and I think that is a real glimpse into the level of competition here. But one thing I've got to say is these young men are an absolute credit. They're all physical freaks. How they're still standing after 2 hard days at Rosslyn Park. What's it, 3,000 or 4,000 miles from Rosslyn Park to
just about that
to Cumbria, and they dusted themselves off. They've recharged and they're ready to go again. It's amazing.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take your commentator hat off and put your world-class tactician hat on, and we've been watching 7s all week at Rosslyn Park, as we said. But 10s is a lesser spotted format. So what are some of the patterns of play? What are some of the tactics that you've seen employed, or do you think are going to be employed over these 2 days? Because it's probably something that our viewership aren't that used to.
Well, you can kind of invent your own rules with 10s, can't you? There are formats in 15s, there are formats in 7s, and what I've seen we've only done 3 games so far, but bit of an amalgamation to the 2. We've seen boys use the conditions and put it on the toe a little bit. We've even seen a couple of driving mauls as well. So if you've got a couple of big, strong boys and you can use that to either get some delicious meat pies or maybe even kill the clock. It's something Felsted did really well at the end. They had a 2-point, 3-point lead. Going into the last couple of minutes, they won some penalties. They kicked to the corner. In fact, if you have a look here, there's a cottage over your shoulder, Joe. And if you need to kill the clock and you've got a penalty in the corner, you can just boot it at the college, and then you've got to climb into the garden to fetch the ball. So that's local knowledge that the Felsted.
I'm not sure that's a legitimate or endorsed method of time wasting. That's not being condoned by me. Watch out for this mischievous one here.
But you've got to fetch the ball, you see, and that's one of the things I love about this competition. It's just pure, isn't it? It's brilliant. They've got one match ball. They kick off. If you kick it too far, you've got to fetch your own rubbish. But yes, we've seen the catch and drive, but also we've seen the boys looking to put some air on it and score some tries, and we've seen some absolute crackers this morning.
We have seen some absolute crackers. Dave, I'm going to leave you there. You've just said the word meat pie, and it's appropriate because it's lunchtime now. So the players are going to be recharging their batteries. You can put the kettle on, and you can also just steel yourself for the second half of day 1. As a wider note, schoolboy and girl rugby in the UK is thriving with fantastic, dedicated tournaments put on by good rugby people. We've just been at Rosslyn Park. We're here at the Sedbergh 10s. We're going to be here for the next 2 2 days, and we hope you can join us for every step of the way. And as has been mentioned quite a few times, see these young men leave it absolutely all out there in pursuit of one of the most fated trophies in schoolboys rugby, the Sedbergh 10s. We're going to be coming back to you after lunch.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the cut. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
Yeah.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the QB one because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. the spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Proper Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert.
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning? Yeah? Top stuff. Okay, right.
First of four. Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Robert Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning? Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
The crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Private Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
Where have I seen it?
Yeah. First to four! First to four!
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, Okay, it's going to be hard to get it down this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Private Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the corner. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning? Yeah? Top stuff. Okay, right.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Robert Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning? Yeah? Top stuff, okay, right.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, Okay, it's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what they've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
The crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Proper Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the corner. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning? Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh,
of the
yeah,
barrel.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Robert Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert.
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
Where have I seen it?
Yeah.
First to four, first to four.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, Okay, it's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight. And what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive. Turn and send. Turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner. Brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Joe. Yes, it is well set for Sedbergh, their second game here after a morning workout against Hurstpierpoint College, which they just about came through, courtesy of a solitary conversion. They were 17 points to 5 down in their first game. They came back to win 19-17, and now they face KES Bath, and they have a match against Brighton College on the slate a little bit later on today. Here's one of their key players in their first game, Tom Burton, who kicks long and looks to engage KES in a foot race. It's a good carry out of
Advantage, high tackle.
KES's 22.
High tackle. Yes, boys!
And first penalty of this contest goes to KES. A nice forceful carry down those sidelines.
Sedbergh, take the line. Set your meter for me a little bit more. Perfect. Sedbergh, take the line, yeah?
Well, KES struggled in their first game against Brighton College. They were comprehensively beaten. Over 40 points scored by Brighton in that one. That was over on pitch 2.
Sedbergh.
But they haven't allowed Sedbergh to race away from this first minute and a half of play. 12 minutes a half, of course, in 10s. And they're going to put boot to ball, but Tom Burton is back here for Sedbergh. And Burton goes off his left and his right and is well held. Tries to play it off the floor, but that's also not going to connect.
No advantage coming, knock on, scrum down.
And Sedbergh with a couple of errors to open up this one. When they scored that first try of their first game, it was complete control of the match that they had. Lovely try in the corner to open things up. Scored by Harvey Johnson earlier this morning. But then Hurstpierpoint College came back in and scored 3 tries in a row before Sedbergh kicked into gear.
Set!
Good scrum from Sedbergh. picked and scrum half play from Parker Booth. And this is a powerful carry through the midfield, taking on Wootton. Parker Booth gets KES Bath up and running, and this is very nice from KES into the 22 for Sedbergh. Good momentum building here for KES. Good hands under pressure now, and there's numbers away to the right if they can shift the ball early, but Sedbergh pour through and they pounce on the ball, and now they're going to work again. And the carry is from the match winner from their first game this morning. Scored the try at just the right moment. Their number 2, Archie Ivans. And Sedbergh now into the backfield for KES. A race is on here. There's 2 in the backfield, but it's KES who can't hold on to these Sedbergh players, and Finn White who gets the first try. So much power from Finn White after a very promising beginning from KES, but they were patient in defence, Sedbergh got their hands on the ball, and White the try scorer. Big pass from Wootton, keeping it alive, and White, big fends, and then 2 players falling off him.
Sure, yeah, we've got time. Hang 5 for a sec.
Kick-off fielded. KES's Ben Von Arx onto that, and now on the ball, Archie Maggs. Maggs will kick to touch here. And they're playing exactly the right way, although this isn't executed quite as Archie Maggs would have wanted, allowing Wootton to go back to work, and then Burton, and then chipped over again. And Maggs is having to do some defensive scrambling after that chip from Callahan. And they're starting again from 5 metres from their own try line. Nice change of direction. When you're playing Sedbergh here at 10s, you just have to keep surprising them, keep doing things that they don't expect. They don't train for 10s, Sedbergh. Train for 7s, of course, and 15s is mostly their priority, but 10s is still just a sport and a competition which they host at the end of the season and have done for 25 years, but they don't train specifically for it. So there's no necessary advantage for this Sedbergh team over any other opponents who come here.
Get your timing right, guys. Good.
Step up, that's not 10.
So Wootton.
Push, George, push. Facings, lads.
And now Burton, and there's space here, and if the hands are good, which they are, Sedbergh go in again. Try scored by Josh Marlowe. And that really nice execution of core skills from right to left. They just space themselves out so well. I was watching Sedbergh play at an under-14 level at Roslin Park, and the skill level of those under-14 players was so high. And by the time they get to this level in the school, they're filled out, of course. The physical side of the game takes on so much more importance, but they still have skills like this. Everything right out in front. Lovely last pass from Burton, wasn't it? Kick off from Martin. And it's in brown-shirted hands again. So Martin goes boot to ball. He's chasing his own kick again. Plenty of KES players back here. just got to stay with Sedbergh here, KES. They've already shown that they can keep the ball and create opportunities for themselves. Picked up by Will Holmes. Strong tackle from Mags. It's a slightly ragged defensive line from KES. But it is an enthusiastic defensive line, and that's put pressure on this Sedbergh team to have to win their ball several times over at this ruck. So they go through the middle. KES have it back. Play on, says the referee. Maybe a good chance here for the Bath school. It is instead still with Sedbergh. And here comes Finn White again. And there's a little more speed this time, but the hands are good. The supporting line is as well. And Sedbergh go in for a third. More hard work through the middle from Finn White. And Luke Parry profiting on the edge. Alec Martin doesn't add the extras. Sedbergh 17 points to nil then. Martin with that pass. And then Finn White off and running. And lofting that up in the air for Parry. This match going much the way that the Sedbergh hosts would have wanted to see, as compared with their first game today. And they had to work a lot harder and were under a lot more pressure. Seem to have quelled that start from KES. And KES are going to have to really work hard here to stay with Sedbergh and hold on to them and play some rugby. Otherwise it will be a long 14 minutes which remain in this game. 2 minutes to go to half-time. KES driving nicely here. And Alex Knight
too fast,
with a little break. And then that's George Ritchie, the captain. And this is into the air.
Back line, all offside. All offside, 3 in the midfield.
So Sedbergh offside. And KES come. Mags. Straightening of the line from KES.
21 must roll quicker.
That's a good option.
Sedbergh
Tie things up in the set piece.
The jackal comes on, yeah?
Seen some successful rolling mauls in 10s today. But no ball to play with, so a little time for KES's hooker, which is Tobin Bye, to go and get the ball. Short ball, lovely play, but not executed. Straight was the call from the referee. Sedbergh scrum.
Line out or scrum.
Seeing a little more
Gents, let's play off that.
shuffling of the 20 in this match from Sedbergh. Will Holmes is on at scrum half for the captain, Will Wootton.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Scrum for Will Holmes. It's good enough. Back very solid indeed, so Will Wootton at fly half now. The England under-18s man. Holmes again. Wootton. shooting out of the line. Come KES, good pressure in defence this, forcing Ollie Glover to take evasive action. But Sedbergh will keep playing. Wootton again, third time they've run it through the hands, and maybe the break is on now. Aidan Stewart with the initial thrust. It's going to drift out and beat everybody. Excellent defence from KES. That is the most impressive set of defensive effort I think we've seen against Sedbergh, including the Hurstpierpoint match this morning. KES shutting Sedbergh down, but 3 tries already acquired from the hosts here, and they lead 17 points to 0. Turning around for another 12 minutes. Sedbergh against KES Bath. KES get us back underway. And it was Archie Maggs who kicked the restarts. Sedbergh straight back into the action, and nice evasive running from Sedbergh's number 20. That's Woody Poaching. Wootton. Drop ball from Sedbergh.
Safety first, just chill.
And a little check on Sedbergh's number 4. That's Michael Broderick, to see if he's okay. He will have taken a hit to the head.
Okay, fine.
Although it's actually a KES player who's down.
Just wait for your visit. Just see first.
Michael Broderick it was, who didn't take that pass cleanly off Wootton.
Yeah, you're right. Cool.
This is the second match for both these two teams on day 1, and a reminder that their next match coming up for both KES and for Sedbergh will be their last match of the day. Sedbergh's will be taking place at 2:40 against Brighton College. So as things stand, that is very much looking like the pool decider between these two. Brighton having won their first game and about to be in action again. But at 2:40, Sedbergh will be facing the Roslyn Park champions in the Cup from 2 days ago. And they're warming up nicely for that contest, Sedbergh. Big carry, this one, after Wootton's wide pass. And once again, it's in Harvey Johnson's hands. Harry Gresswell is on at scrum half. That's a pass from Jacob Butterall, which has made some distance and works Sedbergh to the other wing. That's a much better line from Michael Broderick, back to what he does best.
Good challenge, but a knock on as he picks it up. Good challenge.
And for those following KES fortunes here, they're playing Hurstpierpoint. That's at 2:40, but it's on pitch number 3, so that's not a pitch we're able to televise on Next Gen 15. We've got pitches 1 and 2, but not pitch 3, and KES will be facing Hurstpierpoint in that one. But what a moment for players from both schools here. Obviously for Sedbergh, which they're well used to, but their final tournament together as a year group. The end of the season for both these schools. KES Bath getting to challenge themselves against Sedbergh on these historic grounds in this 25th year of the Sedbergh Tens. Lovely kick downfield, that one. 50-22 is the call, and well, I wasn't sure whether that would be the rule in tens, but it is. Still applies, so KES have the ball back. Taken down well by Macclesfield.
Good contact, let go, Red, let go. Good. No hands, Red.
Big rip from Sedbergh. Woody poaching again. There's Broderick.
Release that.
And they get moving again. Tom Newman in the 23 jersey. Newman again. Little slip pass, and there's speed here on the left wing, and this is gonna be an easy run-in for Sedbergh. And their rapid winger, Wilbur Blackham, goes in from 60 metres. Converts his own kick, and Blackham on the score sheet. Threatened to do so a couple of times in the first match against Hurstpierpoint. Gets his first points of this year's Sedbergh Tens. I do him an injustice. I said he went in from 60. He's gone in from 80. And this will be a man to watch across the rest of proceedings as fatigue takes even more of a toll at the end of a long season, at the end of a long week. Wilbur Blackham's feet are going to start to cause more trouble. Switch play. Jake Stafford, who made the decision to go back to the blind side, but forward pass eventually. So Sedbergh 4 tries to the good up, and this will be about as comfortable a period as we can find for Sedbergh.
Crouch!
Sedbergh off and running. Newman. Now Blackham. and into the 22, and Sedbergh's line is very well set, and that's a nice dancing cut back from Gresswell, and KES struggling to bring Gresswell down. Sedbergh could go either way from here. They'll have the penalty, and they'll keep it high with Gresswell again, who's looking for that line, and instead he'll leave it up to his mates, who are seeing that line and wanting it for
23
themselves.
straight off feet, 7 offside first offence.
So many brown jerseys outside of those players on the ball right now. Gresswell has now seen them, and it's a 3-on-1, and the simple pass and give will see Sedbergh in again, and it's Tom Burton who touches down comfortably. Yeah, it's a happy time to be out on the field here at Sedbergh. That's been a good 3 hours or so since Sedbergh played their first game. And in that time, they've only made themselves even more accurate in everything that they're doing, although just a hint of white line fever from a few players there until Gresswell saw this much space and Tom Burton was on hand. That's gone out on the full though, so KES back to halfway, and with 4 minutes to play, can KES Bath get on the score sheet themselves? Gresswell, Broderick, nice miss pass, lovely cutting back as well, Parry, that's a good steal, and the carry afterwards was good too.
Leave it on the floor please boys, thank you. Straight off feet, 1.
There were numbers there, but the supporting player for KES, Martin Moore it was, went off his feet, sealed the ball off, and you have to stay on your feet in the ruck, supporting your own body weight at all times, or a penalty will be given. Ivans with the carry. Oh, and this is a good carry too. Now darting back against those red and white jerseys, the ball ripped from Jacob Butterall.
Just over.
Sedbergh will be broadly happy with how this one has gone, and it means day one is going to come down to how they fare against Brighton College. They'll be on this pitch at 2:40, so set your clocks by that. Sedbergh back in action.
Reset for safety, it's gone down.
In a group decider against Brighton College.
Red, it's gone down. Who's Mark, boys? A little bit further over to me. Boys, come on over. Mark's here. Focus! Crouch! Bind! Set!
Good scrum from KES. Oh, audacious attempts to unlock Sedbergh's defence, but they'll have to pick up and go again, and they do that well. Nice dancing feet from George Walton. Kyle Bell on the carry.
Advantage 18, not rolling.
Sweeper is up for Sedbergh, well read by Blackham.
18, not rolling.
And as this clock edges towards the end of the game, ball still with KES. They started this match well, and they are ending it on the ball. But in between, Sedbergh, with 5 tries, have been up to their usual tricks.
I know you do your best. We've got to be hot on it though. I need that tackle area clear, yeah?
Can KES end on a high? It's gone over, so maybe Sedbergh. Harry Gresswell. Will Holmes. Little drop of that ball as Harvey Johnson was eyeing up another gap. But it's all smiles for Sedbergh School in their second match. They go 2 from 2 after hard work this morning. This one was a little easier, and it means they will be in the hunt for finishing top of Pool A at the end of day 1. That'll come down to what happens against Brighton College at 2:40 back on this pitch. Our next match here on pitch number 1 will be Cokethorpe against Stamford School, and that'll be coming up very shortly.
Who are they?
Stamford up next against RGS. No. Stamford up next against Cokethorpe School. Stamford victorious against RGS High Wycombe in their first game earlier today. This could be a very intriguing tie. Whilst Kirkham Grammar School face RGS High Wycombe on pitch 2, Cokethorpe face Stamford on pitch 1. With last year's champions in this pool, it is an obvious one to think that really in this pool the battle for second place might be what the likes of Cokethorpe and Stamford are hoping for. and that will see them through to the cup competition pools tomorrow. And Stamford in a good position after winning their first game against RGS High Wycombe. So Stamford will kick us off. Stamford's number 10 is James Eggers. Just going to spin the ball between himself and his number 9, Jonty Nicholas. That 9 and 10 combination. As important in 10s as it is in 15s, although with perhaps a little more room for creativity than we find in the 15-a-side game. The referee is here and we're ready to get underway. Stamford playing right to left, kicking us off against Cokethorpe, looking to get their second victory here in Sedbergh. Cokethorpe looking for their first after losing to Kirkham Grammar School in their morning fixture. So Stamford make it almost contestable, but here come Cokethorpe right from kickoff. Support on the inside, looks to place the fen. Excellent cover tackle. The run from Finn Knox in that 13 jersey has lit this game up from the very off. Now Alex Brazier, he's not back.
Tackle, 5, 6, no hands. That's Strove, knock off.
Lovely looping shape to that pass and a lovely tackle to knock back Cokethorpe there. Now it's put on the toe by Ross Gray.
Tackle!
And Stamford with a rearguard defensive effort at the start of this game, but now they have the ball in their hands. And Joe Hughes, the number 7, carried forward well there. Now they've worked some space themselves on this right-hand wing, and it's Cokethorpe having to track back, and there's 2 defenders beaten here. There's support on the inside. Stamford taken. Cokethorpe scrambling. Are there enough white jerseys in support? Here's Hughes again. Little tip on. Big looping pass when there were hands that could have been used. Instead, it's to the edge. A one-on-one in this 5-metre channel. Kept alive, but a knock-on. And 80 seconds of breathless 10s at the very start of this one. Sometimes games have a certain rhythm to them, and our last match on this pitch with Sedbergh had a very rhythm that was controlled by Sedbergh all the way through. Dare I say, a predictable rhythm to it, but this one unpredictable from the very beginning.
Okay, this first scrum, good stability, balance. Crouch. Find. Set.
Big scrum from Stamford.
Yeah, good timing.
Pass is sweet and slick, and they're immediately onto the tack. Cokethorpe having to come back to the blind side where there is nobody. And Stamford have the first try. Finished off well after the scrum had marmalised Cokethorpe.
Just inside the 5 metre line.
And it was Jacob Bowen who touched down. Big hard carry, this one, and that set things up nicely. They were knocked over by Sam Williams, and then Bowen with an easy finish. Stamford with the first points, and that's a better chase this time. They don't let Cokethorpe slip the net. Cokethorpe, though, with a nice shape to their attack, actually. And they've already worked a couple of men over on the left wing now. And can they challenge Stamford? Sweeper's role is so important in 10s, just as it is in 7s. And there's some very good placement from Stamford in the way they track back in defence. Cokethorpe kick ahead, perhaps didn't need to. There was numbers on their outside.
Tackle release. Tackle release.
Stamford's Jonty Nicholas there. And they spread it again left, and there's space opening up on that left-hand side, but the straighten is good and still going. Seth Rubens.
On the ball. On the body, go on the ball.
Big pass, excellent pass. And Stamford have opened up Cokethorpe, cleaved them in two. And if there's one more pass to the ground, well, there's a knock-on. Potential for a yellow card, surely, if the referee saw it as a knock-on, didn't see it as an attempted knockdown. Well, a correction to one of Stamford's players. It was Joe Hughes, of course, and for some reason we had that wrong on our team sheets, but Joe Hughes with that last carry in the 7 jersey, which set up this position for Stamford.
Set.
So Nicholas to feed this scrum 5 metres from the line, and it's a very good position for the scrum half to go himself, and he'll pick, go, and dot it down. Comfortable for Stamford as they get their second score. This is where the laws of 10s make things significantly easier for the attacking 9, because his opposing 9 can't come round beyond the midway point of the scrum to try and frustrate him or ruin his ball. They have to call off things at the halfway point. We'll get to see that here. So the Cokethorpe scrum half can't pursue Stamford's scrum half, Jonty Nicholas here. He can only go as far as the halfway point. So instead, he has to go all the way around the other side of the scrum, or wait until that ball is picked up and then try and tackle him. And it makes things a lot easier for an attacking 9 to pick and go and score tries like that.
Touch there, touch post.
Not to take anything away from the try-scoring act of Jonty Nicholas. That was well taken.
Move this mark. Ready for man? Yes. Father's take a step. Blue, step out on your front man. White, let's keep the tempo high, please.
Stamford line up, they're bunching at the front.
Dummy throw.
And a dummy throw awarded. Cokethorpe will have the ball back here.
Yep.
Quick tap and go. Ross Gray kicks this ahead, and it's going to be hacked on again now. It's a foot race for the line. Can Cokethorpe get on the board? Stamford and James Eggers just about winning the race. Quick tap or a quick drop out.
Knock on.
But that beats
option blue.
the chasing Stamford player. And that was Danny Green.
Good touch. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, of course. Right, scrum or line, fellas. Line option taken. White, there's your mark. White, step out. Out, blue, step in.
Stamford take that back after Angus Morton's throw. Just really good at getting up numbers into the air and frustrating Cokethorpe. That's a decent carry, isn't it? From Tando.
Fine.
And the hands are again good between the forwards. And they're creating all this space for themselves.
Play on.
Back to Cokethorpe, however. And now
tackle, release.
This could go anywhere. Joe Charlesworth with that last carry in the 3 jersey. Big pass from Finn Knox. Now a big run through a half gap. But Stamford have it again, and it's going from one way to the other. But Stamford might make the breakthrough here. And there's a chase back on. But Will Delaney has the legs to go all the way.
Yeah, we'll take the kick and then we'll deal with him.
When 10s has that 7s element of the ball changing hands so frequently, but then it has the chaos of the 15s midfield scenario, it does feel like a really crazy game. And this went from blue hands to white hands and then back again. But
let's just start them off before we get them untreated.
This from Delaney was an individual effort with great speed as well involved.
Fellas, it's not half
so
time.
half time for Stamford, and they lead.
It's not half time, guys. No, it's just coming down.
Oh, correction, actually, it's not half time. Apologies, we have 2 more minutes to play. Stamford thought it was half time as well.
Oh, as good as he can.
That had us all fooled.
No rush.
Well, interestingly, in the first half on pitch 2, with the 2 other teams in this pool, Kirkham Grammar School against High Wycombe, it is very, very close. Kirkham leading 5 points to 0. Stamford having beaten High Wycombe in their first game. So although Kirkham Grammar School are the defending champions here at the Sedbergh Super 10s, Stamford may well be looking at their next match against Kirkham Grammar School and thinking,
yeah, I was just making sure one was going
a
off.
real chance here.
That's fine. Tap back on. Oh, good work. Tackle's good, he's on the ball.
That is a monster hit from kickoff from Relton Tando.
Knock on by blue. Relax, it's a scrum. Oh, this is just a scrum, knock on. Knock on by white jackler, then knock on by blue. Yes. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Stamford scrum again puts pressure on, but Cokethorpe get the ball away, and they can be dangerous from here. Good skills to get this to the left-hand wing, and they've created a one-on-one. Good support on the inside. Knox in support. But Stamford, as so many of the bigger schools have been very, very impressive at muscling penalties on the floor. Tando again. Good hands to find his hooker. Eggers.
This is good.
And then Joe Hughes. But ripped. Cokethorpe coming again.
Tackle. Play on.
Picked up off the floor. Nicely done, but then he's had the ball stripped off him.
Right, good counter ruck. Hands on the floor, 8. Legal counter ruck, 8 playing the ball.
Under 30 seconds to play in this first half. Cokethorpe needing to come away with some points before half-time, you feel. That hasn't found touch. Stamford return it with great speed as well. Coming on to that ball was Jazz Dron. And they'll be in again here on the inside. Nice skills to Will Burrows, who dots it down. Right on the stroke of half-time, Stamford with a 4th score. Well, it was Danny Green rather involved in that last phase of play. Not scoring the try, and that was Will Burrows, but Green's carry from here was excellent. Danny Green beating a man and then keeping it alive for Eggers to go through, and then Will Burrows to finish it off. Stamford leading Cokethorpe 22 points to 0 at half-time. Second half gets underway and Cokethorpe kick us off. But Stamford with that 22 points to 0 lead and in the mood for more by the looks of things. Bursting through the gap and taking on the sweeper and then pulling it back inside. There was defensive hands in there from Cokethorpe, but it's going to bounce up again for Stamford and they'll get on the act again at the very start of the second half. Snap drop goal is good, taken by Jack Haynes. Let's have a look at the try. Really aggressive carry this. It was Sam Williams who made that bust, and then the offload was good, and it's Oliver Bunce who has scored that try. And Haynes gets Stamford back underway, taken cleanly by Hughes. Now powerful running again and looking for the try line once more. Stamford causing all manner of problems for Cokethorpe. Well, Stamford having named 2 number 7s in their starting team. So apologies for this, but it's either Seth Roberts or it's Joe Hughes. Those are the 2 number 7s that Stamford's team sheet has, and one of those boys has come up with an absolute worldie of an individual score from kickoff. Bunce. Hoiks it high. Cokethorpe return. Nice gap spotted. Just needed a player on the inside, did Woody Morgan. But Cokethorpe lining up nicely here with Knox. Dylan Morris with that last carry, and Charlesworth. Stamford with it again, and it's looking so ominous now in this match. Lovely stepping and good support lines.
Trying to pull him over. Ball's out.
So that's Bunce. Haynes. As we say, Roberts or Hughes.
Tackle!
One of the number 7s.
Still in.
Haynes. Can't find his man in Tom King.
We'll pass, knock on.
Well, that attack promised so much after the first 2 scores of this half. But Stamford unable to be quite as precise as was needed
First scrum, second
on the
half,
left wing.
same standards. Crouch. Bind. Set. On. Fine. No hands, no clear left.
Almost the lofted pass for Cokethorpe to release those backs on the left-hand side. Instead, they'll come back, and Angus Morton has his hands on the ball. The number 2 spun away by Piers Chapman. And Stamford are coming up quickly on this Cokethorpe team, but that might present an opportunity or two for Cokethorpe. Finn Knox can't get his feet away amongst the mud, and Stamford are spoiling ball again and then looking to add more points, and here it comes surely, taken at the last minute, but there's the support line and the dive to go with it. Jazdron, the big number 4.
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, I'll keep my eyes open. No worries. Just step out. Can't let you have too much, unfortunately.
Really good defence initially. And Bunce it was who did so much to create this try. Profiting well was Joe Hughes or Seth Roberts, as we say. Unfortunately, there are 2 number 7s in this squad for Stamford, so you at home, I'm sure, will know exactly who it is, and will be no doubt screaming at the television I'd love to know as well. So do let me know which one of the two excellent number 7s has scored that individual score and then created another just moments ago.
How about we go for?
So bunts.
The hands blue.
Nice power from the scrum half.
Play the arm on the ball, play on.
Ball spoiled. Back with Stamford.
Tackle.
It is setting up this pool decider between Stamford and Kirkham Grammar School very nicely. That'll take place later on this afternoon. Big fend from Jack Haynes. Now he's in on the sweeper, looks to go himself and hit the jets. Haynes dusts off the last man and goes in for a solo score himself. Drop goal doesn't go to plan, but 46 points to 0. Everything is going to plan for Stamford. This is nice.
Okay, just hold, fellas.
Haynes with that fend, and then after that he was off to the races.
Hang on.
Cokethorpe coming again. They won't stop trying, Cokethorpe.
Good work.
Finbar Murray with that last carry. It's just been too difficult this game. And there's still 4 minutes to play, which gives them a chance to put an attack together that might lead them to the try line. But Stamford just seem in the mood to add more and more points to their tally.
3 out first. 3 out first, effectively clear.
Finn Prendergast it was that took the tap and go. Joe Charlesworth now carrying.
No hands, on the ball, release 3! Release! Entry, from ball, second.
Chapman. Woodwards.
Fine.
Chapman has to get this away quickly. Gets swallowed up by Oliver Bunce.
First, second. Okay.
We've seen a few more one-sided affairs since lunch, and that time of the day in day one when that initial burst of enthusiasm that's carried players through the morning sessions maybe burns away a little bit, and then things will pick up with the third round of matches at the end of day one as well, when wins and losses and points difference will all come into play in terms of the final pool standings.
Okay, hold the push wide.
Bunce, good pass. Stamford lofted up in the midfield. It was Billy Harris who took that short pass, but he just overran it, and the forward pass is the decision.
There's Mark. Just over 2. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Stamford have it back. And that's Jonty Nicholas who has got his team going again on halfway.
Quite slow.
Lovely pass off the floor from Green.
Tackle, release 13. Right, you put him there.
Blindside option, but skewed for the open side, and Stamford able to make dents in this Cokethorpe defence as they want to. Stephen Fuchs. Again, another burst, a fine burst. One of the try scorers in this one, Jazz Dron, still going.
Penalty advantage. 18 roll clear first.
Cokethorpe not rolling clear. Stamford playing with house money. And Will King puts it back inside. Lovely pass from King. Might go back to King.
Don't appeal at me.
Instead will come all the way back. A long old advantage there. And Stamford looking to hit 50 points, which I think will be the first time any team has done that today.
When you're ready.
Nicholas. King. Good hands, but put down. There was a 3-on-2 developing there.
Move slightly. Smack. Yeah, good there. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold the push wide.
Stamford scrum has been dominant all game. It is going to be a challenge for anyone in this competition. Worked along the line, nice pass and give, and then dummy on the end, and Stamford looking for 50 points, and they will get there. Whichever way they've sought the try line, they have succeeded today.
That's fine, fellas.
And it's going to be a mighty interesting matchup to see who tops this pool against Kirkham Grammar School. That match is going to take place at 3:15, so set your clocks for Stamford against Kirkham Grammar School, who have beaten RGS High Wycombe over on pitch 2. That sets up Stamford against Kirkham for this pool decider. What a comprehensive victory against Cokethorpe for Stamford School, 53 points to 0. Now our next match on here, coming up very shortly. It's a big one too. Sedbergh in action against Brighton College, and that is at 2:40.
We absolutely love this tournament, and we are not the only ones. It's great to have the support of Gallagher, and who better to talk about it than a development director and an MD. I tell you what, we'll start with the MD. Gallagher's footprint, paw prints are all over rugby at the moment, but this is very, very different to Premiership rugby. So what are you doing here, and why are you interested in it?
Okay, well, so we've got pulled into it a couple of years ago, and of course we are the main partner to Gallagher Premiership, but we want to take that further. We want to get into the grassroots, get into the school systems, and not only at places like this, but with things like Project Rugby. So it's about talking to people. We're talking to the kids later on, introducing Nathan to them, talking about rugby business and what they can do next. So pleasure to be here on a rather nice day for Sedbergh.
It's nice at the moment. We have got a little bit of a tent that we can take you to. It's very luxurious here. Speaking of luxurious, you were at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium yesterday for a big glamour tie in the Gallagher Premiership, but for these young lads running out here, this will mean just as much to them. This is a pretty special tournament, isn't it?
It is a special tournament. That's why we wanted to support it. And saying that, this is where it happens. I mean, the sharp end is the professional game, but this is where this is where the love of rugby starts and their journey really. I mean, they come through school, make a lot of friendships, and they'll leave with special memories from tournaments like these ones.
That's one of the things we love about it. Of course, it all feeds through NextGen as well. One of the wonderful things is so many people who seem to care about it now. There's still a lot of love for rugby, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you see that through everybody, through the younger supporters coming to watch, see their older brothers and sisters. You see the family side of things coming through, and there's a lot of competition for sport these days, football, but great on a weekend like this where there's the international break that you can get a lot of people up here at Tottenham as well, 55,000 there, getting it to a new audience, but really concentrating on the values that come through schools and come into the guys here today making memories.
Well, they're about to kick off. You say the memories, it's the tournament, it's everything, but you're involved from the grassroots right up to the top. Like what is in it for you? Why is rugby so important to Gallagher?
Well, we're a family company, despite being the third largest insurance broker in the world out of Chicago. What are we doing here? We're a family company. Our CEO's always been a Gallagher family member, and the values that come through school, that come through rugby, apply in business as well. Again, I employ a lot of people, and what we're looking, number one sort of thing that I look for is that commitment, and alongside that, it's positivity and curiosity, and that comes from rugby, and the values that you build in the team sport apply massively to business as well. So we're looking to encourage people to think beyond their school life. What do they want to do next? Think about Gallagher. Think about our business as a place to come and work.
Well, thank you for your time. It is a pleasure to have your company. Enjoy the couple of days here. Looks like we had a cracker here as well. Brighton College against the host Sedbergh. Enjoy the game, boys.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dave. And great to hear how sponsors involved at the very top end of the game and the English Premiership are here at the Sedbergh 10s today and sponsoring the Next Gen stream as well. We have a pool decider for us to tuck into now. Sedbergh against Brighton College. Both teams have won their first 2 games, and both 2 teams titans of schoolboy rugby at under 18 level especially. So Sedbergh whip it back to the left-hand side. Will Holmes, Alec Martin. That's a heavy contact in the midfield. And Brighton celebrating because they have their hands on the ball now.
Please don't slow down, thank you.
Well, this group consists of Sedbergh, Brighton, Hurstpierpoint College and KES Bath. And Hurstpierpoint College really pushed Sedbergh in their first game of the contest. And this has gone out for touch, and Brighton with
Brown, take the line, please.
the line out, and good field position here. Nicely off the top, taken by Davis. And now picked up by Will Galbraith Gibbons. Sedbergh ushering Brighton towards the touchline and managing to push them over the touchline.
How many, Brown? 4 man.
Well, they were in such good form in their last game, Sedbergh, against KES Bath. It was a very one-sided affair. So this will be a true test of their credentials as to whether they can win their own tournament this year. They lost last year in the final to Kirkham Grammar School.
We need to make sure both of them drive straight, please. Thank you.
The scrum can be so important in tens. Now are both sets of 5 players in the first exchange. Ben Webb with his hands on the ball for Brighton.
There's way too much movement from both sides, okay? We've already warned you once, both teams about stability. Please sort it out, otherwise I'll have to go higher. Let's go, boys.
Down, seconds.
Crouch. Binds. Set.
Webb with good clean ball. Tom Saunders looping back round to Webb, who sets off. Little switch on the end. Webb is still lurking. Big bump on that edge, and then powerful drive into the 22. Galbraith Griffiths, or Galbraith Gibbons, I should say, involved in that last move as well. There's a lot of energy to Brighton's attack. A number of set pieces similar to a 15-a-side fixture at the moment.
Binds. Set.
Holmes.
Okay, hold now.
Brighton scrum pushes Sedbergh back, and they'll get the ball once again. Harry Streak.
Move round.
And Streak is in there again, trying to get the ball back. Sedbergh might have held it up. And Sedbergh have turned it, haven't they? And they're pulling the ball away now. Holmes, lovely pass. And now this is the speedster on the right flank. Keeps it alive. Wilbur Blackham. Brighton charging forward here. The Roslin Park Under-18 Cup champions 2 days ago, Brighton College. Jai Sahi with that last carry. Sedbergh have robbed it off the floor again. But forward as they tried to head into the 5-metre channel. Well, this fixture has really got the fans here in Sedbergh animated and taking sides, even those of a neutral disposition.
Crouch. Binds. Second time I've told you.
Away goes Webb. Then slips it on. Nice cutback. Sedbergh's defence is good. Well, Brighton beat Sedbergh on their route to their cup final at Roslin Park.
Tackle!
Before taking down Harrow in that final. So the previous between these two schools, very much with those on the ball at the moment. It was Alex Berkshire with the last run, just a few metres away now. Little jink down the blind side, Webb taken, and Sedbergh have pinched it, as they have done to stifle so many Brighton attacks so far. Now cutting back, big hit on Brighton College's number 8. And they are still asking questions of this Sedbergh defence, but still the answers are being given, and they are shutting out Brighton. Wilbur Blackham releasing the man outside him. It's kept alive nicely. Sedbergh in numbers, picking their way forward, and they enter Brighton's half again. Have the penalty. Some defensive effort from Sedbergh. Can they turn that into points on the attack now? Sedbergh come forward. Ollie Glover involved, and This man, Finn Whites, is quite the handful. He's dragged into touch. They are two heavyweight schools, and they're producing an almighty performance over these first 7 minutes.
5. Thank you. Yeah? Agreed. Push can. Okay, let's go, please, Blue.
And Miller Cole throws short into the 5 metre, and Cole heads off himself. Ivans gets back well, and has Ivans taken it off him, knocking on a Brighton College, and there are words being exchanged between both sets of players at every opportunity. This is a rivalry not through geography but through recent history, which is bubbling along very nicely. Interesting to see that Will Holmes is at 9 for Sedbergh.
Okay. We really need to sort these out now, okay?
Their captain here is Will Wootton, 9 in 15s, who has England under-18 representation under his belt.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Okay, hold now.
Sedbergh scrum is in reverse, but Holmes still gets the ball. Nice pass from Alec Martin, and here is Burton, Tom Burton, going himself, Burton, and he has unpicked Brighton College. It has been a heavyweight encounter for 9 minutes, and Tom Burton pops up with a touch of class to glide over the heavy ground in Sedbergh and score another. Drop goal to convert. Sedbergh hit the front. And this is a real score to lay down a marker in this match. Nice pass from Martin, and Burton took it at speed.
Time you run.
Well, our graphics are the other way round, of course. It is Sedbergh who have gone into the lead, 7 points to 0. We'll get that corrected in case anyone is wondering. There hasn't been a mistake. The referee knows it's
no, off you go.
Just a small matter to correct. What a try that was. Brighton with their hands on the ball now. And cutting back against Sedbergh's defence. That's a lovely offload. Harry Streak on the ball now. Has that bounced off the referee? Looks like it.
Apologies. Blue scrum.
Well, there we go. We've got the correct scores now. Sedbergh leading Brighton 7 points to 0 in this group decider. The winner will top the pool, and the loser will finish runner-up in it. So Brighton College wrapping around with Webb, having to go again and bring in Gadimi. Webb again. Galbraith, Gibbons.
Move round.
Yellow card shown here, and that could be significant. Sedbergh down to 9 players for the next few minutes or so. On the stroke of half time here. 12 minutes a half in 10s. But enough time for the line-out. Maybe enough time for Brighton to level up the match. They've had most of the territory, most of the possession in this game, but they still trail. And that's the Sedbergh effect. Work to the edge here nicely. Good tackle from Burton. And then Berkshire. And then there's a heavy carry coming in here. James Davis coming onto the ball at a lick. That's a super score for Brighton College. And just what their efforts in this first half deserve.
I know it's a bit of we've got about 9 now.
So half-time will be the call, but not before Will Galbraith Gibbons has the shot on goal. Which he doesn't get, so 2 points the difference. Sedbergh lead Brighton in the group decider. Nice break from Galbraith Gibbons. And then this line here was really nice, and a couple of forwards involved running onto the ball hard. And James Davis forcing his way over. Second half between Sedbergh and Brighton. Furious first 12 minutes. Sedbergh with the slenderest of leads. Brighton make it almost contestable, then put pressure on. And now they come. Sedbergh again.
Okay, move blue. Keep going.
Ollie Glover.
Keep going, one.
In that 7 jersey, Will Holmes still at scrum half, and a few changes at half-time to bring fresh impetus. Aidan Stewart, one of them. And that's a knock-on from Sedbergh in a very promising position from Brighton.
Mean can come back on, guys.
Come on, Brighton!
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Brighton scrum is solid. They've been very strong in that department today.
Move round.
15's move off the base. Good hands along the line from George Williams. There's Henry Williams on that left-hand wing. Here's the try scorer Davis. Hewer. Really getting Brighton going now, the forward pack. But Sedbergh, as they so often do, stealing in there and making sure they get the ball back. Charlie Turnbull there with the jackal, which gives his team possession. Alec Martin has hammered this as long as he dare, and he's taken it beyond the 40-metre line, 45 metres from their own line.
Ball man. Thank you. Make sure we stay on the mark, not close it, please. Thank you. We got there.
Sedbergh go to the back and rising high to claim it, the number 8. Now into the midfield, Burton again. Harvey Johnson comes to the line. Gives it back to Burton, he can't take it. Might be a chance for Brighton. Nice carry.
Advantage over!
As Brighton's 13 and Streaker sets up this move. It's gone to the other edge now, and Davis. Legs taken by Alec Martin. Good hands though, Berkshire involved, and now racing away to the corner again. Little chip over the top. Was he taken out?
Drop out.
Decision is no. Keelan Farrell with some great wheels. But Sedbergh with the ball.
Let's go, Brown, let's go.
Do have to drop this out, however. Seen plenty of sneaky short dropouts today that have worked. Sedbergh instead go long. And Brighton restart again with Farrell.
No.
Williams looping around nicely with Saunders. And now this is Streak. Cuts back, Streak. Ball in one hand, then shifts it so he can fend.
No,
Scything run from the outside centre. Penalty for Brighton.
Off feet. Too long.
Miller Cole on his haunches over the ball. Takes it quickly. Nice set play. Davis is the strike man again. Calls of high tackle. Brighton looking for their second try after getting back in the tie just before half-time. Now they flood to the right-hand side. Little step back, and there's the score. Brighton with a second. It's Tom Saunders. And are they doing to Sedbergh up in Cumbria what they did to them down at Roslin Park? Davis with a big carry.
Yeah, in line there, thanks.
And players making the extra number to come to the right. It was Saunders who made it, and then he made it for himself. No success from the conversion for Farrell. So just a 3-point advantage. Neither of those tries converted. That might prove costly. We have 7 minutes to play in this second half. Well, both the first finisher and the runner-up in each group do qualify for the cup stages. But if you qualify as the group winner, you, in theory at least, get a slightly easier run of things in the group stages for day 2. That's what this is all about, trying to make things as easy as possible on day 2 when the body's a little more tired. So big efforts now will go a long way to potentially helping either side towards the latter stages tomorrow. Holmes, Martin, Tom Burton, good hands along, and this is good speed as well from Wilbur Blackham. Dusts off the defender, tackled by Saunders. Farrell is onto the ball. Holmes is there in support, but Brighton have snaffled it. Wilbur Blackham just too quick for everybody. His teammates simply couldn't keep up with him. That's a good line touch kick. It's going to be almost kept in by Burton. So many of these Sedbergh players, so many of these Brighton players, of course, with already 2 days of hard graft at the Roslin Park Sevens in the legs from Thursday to Friday. The Saturday off, or at least a travel day to get up here to compete either Sunday and Monday. It is the fittest some of these boys have ever been in their lives towards the end of this season, and they're going to need it now as this second half edges onwards. And Keelan Farrell keeps coming, doesn't he? Upended though. Good decision. Woody patching, Woody poaching,
Over the horizontal, penalty
lifting over the horizontal.
Over 4, lads, loads of time.
4 minutes remaining. Farrell
Thank you.
decides that going to touch is the answer here. They have the forward power of the likes of James Davis, Alex Berkshire, Miller Cole.
Blue ball.
Can be very dangerous from this sort of position, anywhere in the 22 if they keep it tight. Cole doesn't find his man cleanly, but it's going to work for Brighton here. Williams looping around, causing havoc here. It's a nice sharp line through the Sedbergh defence. Farrell wants to go back round the corner. Sedbergh have read that play very nicely and shut it down. But all valuable time eaten up. 3.5 minutes remaining.
Blue scrum, guys.
Didn't take Sedbergh long to get back into their first match against Hurstpierpoint this morning when they trailed 17 points to 5. Managed to haul themselves to a 19-17 win. Seemed to do that in the last 3.5 minutes of play. Certainly left it very late then. It's going to have to be a late show here if they're to beat Brighton.
We're not schoolboys anymore, okay? We've got to be better than this. Crouch, bind, set. Stay behind the ball there. Use.
Brighton have the advantage at the scrum. Nice shape on this attack from Brighton College, and here it comes for Keelan Farrell, who goes over unopposed. And that puts the icing on the cake for Brighton College.
Yeah, thank you. About 2, guys.
Can Farrell convert from out wide? Big left boot that he's got. He's just pushed it across the face of the posts.
Less than 2 now.
So Farrell's points stay at 5, but
You'll know, fellas, when I blow my whistle really loud, yeah?
Brighton now 2 scores ahead. George Williams to Ethan Dando. That there from Henry Williams, the draw and give to release Farrell was some fine work. Farrell gets his team back underway. Big hit on Tommy Triggs. There is 80 seconds to play in this one, so Sedbergh are going to have to put their skates on if they are to get out of this position that they're in, and they're doing just that. There's support on the inside, just about kept alive.
Nobody made a tackle.
Ivans with this ball. 60 seconds remaining. Sedbergh have to go in with time still on the clock. Wilbur Blackham.
Man off the ball. Be careful, 11, please. 11. Be careful, thank you.
Martin. Sedbergh know how to go through the gears when time is against them. They've done it already in this competition. Nice hands over to the right-hand side. Cutting back, Josh Marlowe. 20 seconds to play. They've got to go through now. Sedbergh, Triggs again. Martin stretching Brighton's defence. And there is Ivans, and they're so close now. But Brighton have the ball, and that will be the game. They are a resilient team, this Brighton College side. They've soaked up punch after punch and then delivered a few of their own. They beat Sedbergh in Sedbergh at the Sedbergh 10s, and this will make things interesting tomorrow. We'll see both these two teams in the cup action when the pool stages renew tomorrow, but it is all about the configuration, who they'll be playing against, and how the pools will sit, which will make things very, very interesting. Brighton College have done everything they can do, but neither team have been delivered a fatal blow in this competition. They'll be back tomorrow. What a performance from Brighton. And to beat Sedbergh for the second time in just a matter of days is seriously impressive work. Well, the next match on, pitch number 1, coming up, Hampton School against Seaford College.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is like always going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery which impacts on every single kid?
Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning? Yeah? Top stuff, okay.
First to 4, first to 4.
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership, and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
It's another pool decider now on pitch one. Hampton School against Seaford College. Both teams having won both their games earlier on today. And it's a group which includes Queggs Wakefield. And they are no mean school to have to come up against. But both these teams have beaten Queggs. One more win will see them top the pool and finish as group winners, giving them the best possible seeding for tomorrow's groups. The runner-up will still go through to the cup competition tomorrow, but they will have a slightly trickier route, and they'll be up against more winners from the two other pools. 4 pools in all, 16 teams here at Sedbergh, and Seaford College get us underway, having come from behind to beat Queggs Wakefield in their last game. Hampton's big players carrying the ball early on. Josh Asella to the fore, the number 7. But Seaford shutting that down very carefully and making sure that Hampton were penned in to this part of the pitch and they didn't open matters up. Now this spells danger for Hampton because Seaford College's number 9, Arthur Chads, is lightning quick, and if there's any space around the base of the scrum here, he will be off. Hampton knock Seaford's scrum back. Here comes Chads on the wraparound.
Late tackle. 9 black.
So Freddie Skinner penalised for Hampton for a late tackle. Seaford with a good nudge, taking this into Hampton 22 for the first time.
That's your mark, okay?
Jimmy Staples to throw in, a man who's been on the score sheet for Seaford in this competition. Had a couple denied him as well, and now he's on the ball here. Sealing at the back, the hooker. Now he alights, drops it off to his winger. Chads. Has support there from Alex Phillip. Hampton, though, with the penalty. And that brings all those cheers from their squad members behind the goal line here. We can see those black and amber colours of Hampton. Big clearance kick downfield from number 10, Max Cardosi. Oh, actually, Freddie Skinner, excuse me. Skinner clearing the lines, and Hampton getting the ball back as well. Hampton started their morning over on pitch 3, which is a little further away from where we are now. There's 2 pitches here, and the third pitch is perhaps a little bit more waterlogged than the show pitches that our cameras are covering. But from those backwaters, they have made it all the way to pitch number 1 and looking for this final victory of day 1 to try and top the pool. Seaford have scrambled nicely to stop Hampton's chip in behind. And Chads goes to his fly half, Alex Challoner. Just going to bounce in a difficult manner for Hampton. They pick up quickly and then play quickly as well, and just can't keep that to hand. That was Nick Liner on that right-hand side. Good defence from Seaford. After space spotted by Hampton, they had so many numbers running after that ball. Seaford had to turn very quickly. Can Seaford get a bit more parity at the scrum? Perhaps a touch more in the legs there from Seaford College. Chad brings it away, and then this is kicked downfield, an awfully long distance. And that has bounced very well, extremely well. Seaford College's get-out plan is excellent. A bit further, it would have been a 50-22. Seaford College will settle for this. Stolen by Seaford, whipped away by Chads. Great chance here for Seaford. Works along the line here. They've isolated the winger in a one-on-one, and then the speed comes on. Around the corner they go. Tommy Newell sizing up his opposite man and showing him the heels. Well, Newell was given the ball in that one-on-one situation, and that is all he needed. Conversion after from Challoner. Doesn't have the legs. So 5-0, Seaford lead Hampton after stealing this line out. May have been finished off by those with the fast feet, but it's the heavies who won it back. Good hands here from Jimmy Staples. He knew there was space on the outside. Joshua Williams drew his man, and then the angled, leaning run of Newell got him into the corner. So Hampton's Cameron Hill doesn't quite field this. Chads has it. Seaford with the ball back. Now they can really make Hampton pay here. If they're smart about this, Gibbons. Gonna need a scrum half. Bostock is there. Wrestles it back on his terms, Harry Bostock. Staples again. Dynamic hooker for Seaford. Good hands off the floor for Phillip. Hampton's defence getting to grips with Seaford now, stopping them behind the gain line. Chads picks and goes. Fraser Line, the captain of Seaford. Oh, that's good skill from Chads. Really nice from the scrum half. He's setting off himself now. Puts it in behind. Hampton have to go back.
No hands.
They've kept it in play. That was smart too from Hampton.
Use it. Hold on.
Skinner hooks this over the arms of Seaford College players, hoping for a charge down. That was a lovely piece of play from Arthur Chads.
Black, that's your mark.
Each half of 10s is 12 minutes apiece. So that leaves us 4 minutes of this half remaining. Good line out. Staples on target again.
Penalty advantage.
Taken down by Bostock. Challoner has put this up high. How is the bounce? It might work here for Seaford. They get a second, and it's Hamish Williams. Alex Challoner trusting in his luck that the bounce would be kind to his team. And Hamish Williams put all the pressure on he could muster. And the rugby universe helped him out. In this pool decider, it is Seaford who are in control early on. No conversions to make it 14 points, but two very decent scores. Big high kick, and that's what made this from Challoner. He didn't look to be too cute with a direct route. He put it up into the skies, hoping that the bounce would be a good one for his team, and it certainly was for Williams. Hampton keep it alive on the in the arms now of a Seller and Liner.
18 away.
Cameron Hill involved here, and then the hooker Henry Langrish. Hampton on halfway. Little pick and go, Skinner goes himself. Freddie Skinner has supports from his captain, Cameron Hill. And he's managed to keep it well off the floor. Acela provides the link. Ollie Tynan. Seaford, though, get it back. Penalty awarded. They caught up with Hampton after that fine break from Skinner.
90 seconds.
That last defensive set might see Seaford through to half-time without conceding, and what a boost that would be.
Fine
Great distance on the kick for Seaford. Maybe time for things to get even better for Seaford. We'll see. Jimmy Staples has been very accurate today. And his chief source of ball, Harry Bostock, has been too. Free kick for Seaford. Chads. Little raise of that right leg before he decides what to do. Just loading things up with his forwards. Hampton, however, knocking Seaford back, so they'll have to try another avenue. And they knock the ball on here. Hampton stifle Seaford College at the end of this first half. That is a call to half-time with Seaford in front against Hampton, 10 points to 0 at the Sedbergh ends. In this group decider, Seaford College in charge. Hampton to get us back underway, trailing by 10, but not without firing some shots in that first half. Just nothing quite coming off, and Seaford were on it defensively. But as good as their attack was, they didn't convert either of their tries. So this match very much one that Hampton can get back on top of. A few things seem to need to go their way, and Henry Langrish and Hampton are here, and maybe this is it for Hampton. A knock on in the process of trying to place it from Thomas Cowan.
He went for the ball, didn't he? Crouch, bind, set.
Chads has a solid scrum to work from. Goes back to Challoner.
Hold on.
And he has such a lengthy boot on him. The number 10 for Seaford College. Hampton's return is good, and Skinner keeps this alive. And there's opportunities opening up here. The captain is working hard, Cameron Hill, to try and pierce the Seaford defence again. They have the penalty. A Seller is missed out. Nick Liner now over to Langrish, and Langrish slips it along. Here come Hampton looking for their first score, and they'll get over here, and as close to the post will do nicely. The try coming from James Morgan, and Hampton with the conversion will be right back in this one. James Morgan, the 8. Crossing with the presence of mind to get as close to the post as possible, but it hasn't been converted. So 10-5 it stays, but this is super hands here. Daniel Harhoff, and then Henry Langrish with a wonderful touch for Morgan to then cut back and then get as close to the posts as possible. Group decider right back on now. Good take from Fraser Line, but he's put into touch. And Hampton will have the ball back.
No. Black ball. That's your mark.
So Langrish.
From advantage. Knock on first. In 15. Scrum white.
Was a great chance for Hampton that's been turned back over into Seaford hands. Interesting to see how Seaford play this. They have the wind at their backs in this second half, but they are first and foremost a running side. So will they go boot to ball?
Set.
Or they look to put this down the line? Chads. His pass doesn't find anyone, so it's going to have to be tidied. Hamish Williams, the try scorer of the second try for Seaford. He makes things a little cleaner. Fraser Line tries to do likewise. Chads, Challoner. Challoner loops round. Hampton's defence is watching the number 10 for Seaford. Staples. Bostock. Bostock driving hard. Hampton on the ball,
Side entry.
but coming in from the side to do so.
You're legal. Side entry. Back through the gate, please.
Seaford edging their way out of their own territory.
End of the line for me.
Very efficient set piece, which Seaford are operating here at the 10s. Bostock again takes it down. Staples at the back, and this will splinter off here. Trying to pull his teammate forward is Boyle. Now Chads, his legs are taken, so space needs to be put on this. It's all the way out to George Key. Very quick on the ball was Tommy Newell.
No, you're stepping back.
And Hampton are looking to challenge when they can. So Seaford have to be wary at every breakdown. Knocking on, so Hampton will have it back. That's good defence from Hampton. Not committing themselves to Seaford too much, shackling them as they came across the pitch. Forcing an error in the next phase.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Seaford put pressure on, but Skinner goes down the blind side, setting off by himself, Freddie Skinner. Legs are taken, and then two Seaford players haul him down. He has support, however. Got Hampton on the front foot again. Acella. Big carry from Acella. And the penalty with Hampton. Skinner wants to go himself, but sees space to that left-hand side. And maybe here, it's a foot race on the outside. Brilliant speed, racing into the 22. Can Hampton get a second score? And it's a brilliant one. Nico Luckman doing it all by himself. That was such super work from the left-hand winger. Hasn't had much ball to work with in this game, but that score levels up the match. Now, if Nick Liner can get that from that angle, which he can't, 10 points each it stays. Luckman with an absolute beauty. Skinner decided that it had to go, and everyone followed suit. Good hands along to Luckman, who just kicked up a gear with a good fend and then beat the fullback with power and then desire. High hanging kickoff, one to be retained, and it is retained. Taken by the captain Hill. This is Liner coming back and then cat flapping it along the line. Hampton playing with a bit more verve and style now, and intent. Asella. Ollie Tynan, he's tackled. Hill, bit of space here. Jinks back, does Cameron Hill. Still going, 3 players beaten. Now lofts it over the top, and Luckman is out there again. Will it get to him? Nico Luckman is in the 22 again, on the bay, back inside, and Hampton are jumping up and down behind that dead ball area. It is 2 in quick succession, and they have turned this pool decider on its head.
2.5 to play. How long left, sir? 2.5.
No problems that time, 7 points the difference. Max Cardozi converting. Cameron Hill with splendid feet. And this was really good work too from Henry Donaldson, looping it over to Luckman, and then Donaldson with the support line. So can Seaford get back into this and force a draw, and then it will go back to the count back, and we'll have to see how things lie in terms of points difference in other matches. But if Seaford can get another 7-pointer, then that might give them a chance to top this pool still. As it is, Hampton will top the pool and go through as winners, giving themselves the best possible draw for tomorrow. Queggs Wakefield and Kings Macclesfield are the 2 other sides in this pool. Both have been beaten, and it would come down to who has beaten those teams by the most points. But that is all mathematical at the moment. Seaford still need to go 80 metres and then convert it.
Early drive. Out. Scrum called. We're just going to come over here.
Whilst this is the battle for the top of the pool, the battle for the 3rd and 4th place in this pool between Queggs Wakefield and Kings Macclesfield is a tight affair as well, happening over on pitch 2. It's going to be very interesting to see how those 2 teams fare in the plate competition tomorrow.
Set.
Both these 2 teams will be in the cup. Come what may, here is Hill again, driving hard. The captain and fullback. And Asella has slipped this along. Donaldson again, looking for another. Donaldson! Hampton have hit their stride, and they have cut Seaford College apart. Henry Donaldson gets his 2nd.
Yep. Where you are.
What a performance from Hampton. They were 10 points to 0 down, and they're going to end this as 24 points to 10 victors. When Hampton hit a purple patch, they raced through the points, and they end this first day at the Sedbergh Super 10s as the pool winners. 22 points to 10, they've beaten Seaford College, but we will see both teams in the cup competition tomorrow. Hampton will have a slightly better draw for day 2 pool stages. The last game of the day on pitch 1 at Sedbergh of day 1. RGS High Wycombe against Cokethorpe is the battle for 3rd and 4th in the group. Both teams will be going into the plate competition tomorrow. They won't be fighting for the overall cup title, but these last games of the day and the plate competition can be a massive momentum shift for teams when day one hasn't worked out for them. And look at the skills involved here from Cokethorpe. Lovely work along the line. They've shown what they've been about, Cokethorpe, in patches against very difficult opposition in the likes of Kirkham Grammar School. And they've stuck to their task all day. Can they get a result here against RGS High Wycombe? That's worked along nicely to the right wing. Good defence from RGS. And who did that come off last?
Blue, take it. Nice, step off, step off.
Offside out.
Where are we going? One.
Offside out, Jimmy.
Well, both these teams lost to Stamford School as well as Kirkham Grammar School. Stamford looking great form actually here in Sedbergh. So it has been a difficult morning, but this is the chance for them to get a win on the board. And this is lovely hands into the 22, and the draw and give is excellent. It's going to be Joe Caesar who crosses, working really hard in support. Joe Caesar was a try scorer for RGS High Wycombe 2 weeks ago in their cup final. A lot of those players on the team sheet here in Sedbergh. It has been a wonderful 15 season, and this really the fun part of the season to crown things off. Look at the way Caesar works hard, pumping the arms in support, takes the pass back from Ted Hooper. Cokethorpe with the ball. They take it and go quickly. Nice line and driving hard. Good hands in the midfield. Little chip over the top. Taken down and now racing off is Stonehouse. There is O'Shea.
10 offside.
Cokethorpe offside. Will Stonehouse.
Scrum good. I know.
Taken down there is Joe Caesar. I think it was at the StoneX Stadium. Give me if it was actually at Twickenham and Joe Caesar was racing home on the hallowed turf, but I think it was at the StoneX Stadium, and Caesar was in excellent form,
Rows, just make sure we stay in, please.
scoring maybe even a couple of tries in RGS High Wycombe's final.
Bind. Can't do it properly. Set.
Really is a natural finisher of tries. Stonehouse at scrum half. Big pass to open things up here. This is Noah Agnew, and now again along to the edge, and RGS High Wycombe looking so dangerous here. Ted Hooper again. Hooper crashes over. The wide men doing the damage for RGS High Wycombe. It's taken flight. Goes across the face of the posts. Good pace from Stonehouse here, playing scrum half. It was an uncontested scrum, and then Noah Agnew made a great introduction to that line, and Hooper with speed and then agility and then a little more speed. Well-angled kick off that. Cokethorpe don't take it cleanly, and that is a cruel blow. Very clever kick-off, however. It's going to bounce in no matter what. Had to be dealt with, and very difficult one to take. So RGS High Wycombe again in a good location to strike. And here goes Stonehouse again. Is it going to be the same move? Agnew involved. Hooper is missed out, but unintentionally, I think. Off the floor, Caesar. Back inside to Agnew. That's where the first mistake of the match has come from for RGS High Wycombe. Mostly we've been covering teams who have been pitting for positions in the cup competition tomorrow, but both these teams will be in the plate.
Coach.
And this is a great chance to go into that off the back of a win. And then a big rest tonight, you feel. One more day of the season remaining tomorrow for these players. And what seasons they've been for the likes of RGS High Wycombe to have been to a final at the StoneX Stadium, and to now be here in Sedbergh. Roslyn Park School Sevens sandwiched in between all that.
Blue, take the line.
Gareth Anderson will throw in here, and the scrum has been the perfect platform because it's been uncontested for RGS High Wycombe, but the line out is a very good source of ball, and through goes Sammy Sinclair, and Sinclair is heading off, ball tucked under his left arm, rounding the sweeper and putting that down. Sinclair with a super score. No conversion, but 3 tries to 0. Stonehouse with very precise skills. Agnew just a deft pass, and Sinclair was off. And it is all coming back now. It was at the StoneX Stadium, and Sammy Sinclair was to the fore then as well for his side. Who knows, maybe RGS High Wycombe can come away with the plate competition tomorrow. Cokethorpe will be certainly hoping for a better day too themselves. Maybe they can get a victory. It's looking at to be a very difficult one for them here, even in these relatively early stages, trailing 15 points to 0. RGS with more field position. Couldn't be a more picturesque setting for a rugby season to end in. Here in the Yorkshire Dales in Sedbergh, Joe Caesar is going to play scrum half because his speed might just take him over the line. He spots it, twists and gets it down. Very clever from RGS High Wycombe. Really good use of their skill sets with Caesar's pace, putting him in at scrum half, given that it's an uncontested scrum, so the scrum half's usual skill set not being drawn upon, so why not use the quickest man in your team from the base? Stonehouse's kickoffs have been really on point, actually. And they are again here. Cokethorpe, good gap spotted, and then support this time, and that was nice. And Woody Morgan, who made that initial run, unfortunately the penalty comes in, and RGS High Wycombe in the mood again. Here is Jack Chapp along the line again, and in we go with Adam Budan for try number 5.
Hands away!
Cokethorpe, nice no-look pass
Extra roll.
to try and fool the defenders.
4 goals. It's here, it's here.
Just a few seconds remaining before half-time. And unsurprisingly, RGS High Wycombe. It will be interesting to know why the scrums have gone to uncontested, whether that is because of RGS not having enough players versed in the front row, or whether that's a Cokethorpe matter.
Crouch.
But either way,
Bind.
RGS have made the most of it, and Caesar is again lining up at scrum half, and this might mean the blind side is the option. Instead, it's the open side. Caesar and Stonehouse. And Agnew, good tap on to Sinclair, who cuts back and doesn't want for options outside him, but goes himself. Chapp again. Chapp carrying hard. Pick and go from the base. Here come RGS High Wycombe and diving into the mud. The glorious mud here in Sedbergh. And it's a glorious first half. Stonehouse the scorer. 30 points racked up in 12 minutes. They have made quick work of Cokethorpe in this first half. 32 points to 0 at half-time. Cokethorpe hoping for a second half, and we as well, hoping for a better second half and fortunes for Cokethorpe, but RGS High Wycombe on the offensive, but Cokethorpe with it back now.
Oh, we're going nowhere here, guys. Scrum. Mark, guys, come across. Yeah. Just make sure you stay in till the ball goes, yeah? Bind. Set. Second rows, RGS, get in.
Good pass from the base, and Cokethorpe on the offensive here and shaping up nicely. Good slip pass onto Dylan Morris.
Hands away, 13, release.
Morris tackled, but presents the ball well. Then RGS come through. Penalty though. Just what Cokethorpe needed. Woody Morgan now looks to kick to touch. He's been a good runner of the ball today, Woody Morgan. He's seen opportunities in defensive lines when not much space has looked to be available.
How many, guys? 4? Yeah, 4. Don't go early. Someone's got to throw the ball.
Cokethorpe needing a thrower for this line-out. And they find one in Alex Brazier.
2, 4, 1. Set, up.
Brazier with a dummy throw. Actually, it was Finn Prendergast, excuse me. Dummy throw. So RGS with the ball. And looking to attack again from deep. Lovely slip pass out to the winger. Then it's back inside, and it's really classy interplay from RGS High Wycombe. And this is LJ Eckendal putting speed on the ball initially and running a great support line. Eckendal brings so much speed to this passage of play. That's nice passing back inside. Huffing and puffing his way to the line, feeding those powerful legs of Eckendal. Morgan with the chip. RGS seeks space in the open side. And they knock it on.
Go. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Chapman goes to the blind side. Space here and speed from Morgan. Kept alive off the floor. Prendergast. Chapman. Big tackle coming out of the line. That was well lined up by Zach Gibson. But he did so with a high tackle, so it's a good period of the game. The best so far for Cokethorpe. Can they get on the scoreboard? Prendergast is hit again, and it is not easy against this RGS High Wycombe team, a high-class High Wycombe team that just hasn't had the victories that they were hoping for this morning, and they are taking all that frustration out here on Cokethorpe. So a score here against RGS would be a great achievement for Cokethorpe. Morgan. Goes himself, Woody Morgan, and that's lovely evasion. Then good hands along the line. Here come Cokethorpe onto the edge. Here it comes, maybe for Dylan Morris, and that's the score. Cokethorpe on the board. Dylan Morris, the try scorer. And how they've worked and how they've had to brush themselves down after conceding 7 tries to get one of their own.
Five minutes, guys, plenty of time.
Started by this man here, Woody Morgan, with a tap and go and then a run himself. Set that off with a nice swerve to it, but never quite the altitude it needed. So here it is again. Shaped a kick to the corner, didn't he? And that was what initially fooled some of the RGS defenders, leaving them a bit out of position. Great hands here. Worked along from Monaghan. And the last pass was a beauty to Morris, who had the speed to go in. Cokethorpe with the restart and their ball. This is nice hands too. And this is Morris again. Oh, would have been catch of the day had he taken that one.
7. Really don't need the extras from you in this game, okay? Thank you. Scrum. Let's go now. Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay there now.
Left behind by Asagosal. And maybe here can come Cokethorpe. Who's got there? It's Cokethorpe. It's Pierce Chapman who's won the race. Capitalising on mistakes. And 2 in the blink of an eye for Cokethorpe. This one is converted, 41 points to 12. They are reversing the script on this one, Cokethorpe. RGS already thinking about the backline move to come. Pierce Chapman in a foot race here with his opposite number, and that is superb control. Now RGS want to change the narrative again. Still with them, but they've knocked it on in the process. The carry was big from LJ Ekendal. Really in purposeful running from Ekendal out of his 22.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Nine offside.
So RGS High Wycombe's scrum half there has come beyond the line that you're allowed to come in 10s. In 15s he would have been fine. You can come all the way around the scrum and try and pursue your opposite scrum half and harry him whilst he's passing the ball away, but you can't do that in 10s. That's why RGS have conceded the penalty. That's not the right connection, is it, from Woody Morgan? So RGS work things out of their 22 and then into Cokethorpe half. Much better second half this, isn't it, from Cokethorpe? 2 minutes remaining. May still be time for RGS to add more points on, but they've really competed with their opponents in this second half, and that bodes really well for them tomorrow, as it does for RGS High Wycombe. I'm excited to see where they might be able to go in the plate.
You've got to stay on your side of the tunnel. He can stay behind there if he wants. Crouch, bind, set.
Speed on this again. RGS's bench have really tried to get in on the act here. Maybe they will in these final exchanges. Space again, that's lovely and well worked to Oscar John, and he's still going. Powerful run. Little tap on. And then good hands in tight spaces, and Ekendal again has slipped this onto the edge, and then rounding Cokethorpe on the outside goes Sam Lee.
That's time, gents.
And that is the try to seal the victory for RGS High Wycombe. They did get it right after a couple of attempts. The final whistle sounds around pitch 1 at Sedbergh. It is day 1. That concludes with RGS High Wycombe beating Cokethorpe 46 points to 12. And both teams will be seen tomorrow. They'll be in the plate competition. And the cup and plate action will be being brought to you on Next Gen screens. Pitch 1 and 2 both being covered throughout tomorrow. But for the rest of tonight, well, we have a little summary show coming up in a matter of minutes, so do stay with us to catch up and review some of the action today in the company of Joe Burns. Over on pitch 2 at the moment, Ipswich having comprehensively beaten Barnard Castle. Ipswich looking like they might be outsiders for the title here. They have certainly had a very good day 1. But things change overnight on 2-day rugby tournaments, and anything can happen on day 2. The narrative can shift again. But at least tonight, RGS High Wycombe will be going back to the boarding schools, the dormitories at Sedbergh, feeling a little better about life. So too will Cokethorpe with those 2 tries, and they kept at it, and that was very, very good to see. The schoolboy rugby season coming to a close at Sedbergh. One more day of action to come tomorrow. But so that you're up to date across the competition, do stay with us for our roundup show, as I say, in the company of Joe Burns, who's just getting himself ready to rock and roll again, and round things off at the end of day 1. Nice shot of the Yorkshire Dales in the background here. It's been some splendid weather actually across the course of the day, but that's at the end of the day. Dark skies clouding over in Sedbergh. It'll be a cold evening for sure. And we'll keep our fingers crossed for some of the sunshine that we've seen today on day 1 for day 2 at the 25th Sedbergh Super 10s. Well, Joe is ready, getting himself prepared for action. So the summary show about to begin.
Yeah, welcome back pitch side at the end of a very long day and very dedicated day's action rugby. We just had Chris on comms for the meeting at Barnard Castle and Ipswich. You're not just here in a commentary and sort of sevens guru capacity, Chris. You've got an association with Sedbergh and with the kit that you're providing for them and for other schools as well.
Absolutely. Under the parent company of School Blazer, we obviously have our Limitless sportswear brand as well as Umbro, and we're delighted to support Sedbergh both for this tournament, but also provide their school uniform and their sportswear under the Umbro brand.
Okay, right. Let's get into the thick of it because everyone loves Stash. How cool is it working in the Stash realm? You obviously get your hands on the best stuff, but also you're designing and providing and coming up with all sorts of new offerings, I guess, for sportsmen and schools alike.
Everyone loves Stash. You're absolutely right. Everyone from all over the world. It's a currency, and what is amazing is long gone are the days of that thick cotton shirt that weighs 4 stone as soon as it rains. And I think the development of technology within the garment industry, and from our perspective, it's uniform as well as sportswear. And of course, it's really exciting working with some of the best coaches, in the country, dare I say, in the world as well, in order to tailor, to develop, and ultimately create something that's going to be fit for purpose, but also really cool and make people really proud to wear it. This is their school shirt, and for a lot of people it will be the most important shirt that they've got. I know I'm a saddo. I've got my shirt on a frame on my wall at home, but really proud of the school days, just like these lads are as well. So really exciting, and it's terrific to be able to work with some of the best schools in the country.
Well, these are days that you'll never forget. We've seen it all across the week in schools festivals of the amount of effort that's put into the performances. I think that's an acknowledgement of what the school days mean to us all. But just like touching on Umbro as a brand, because I think that when England signed their contract with Umbro, a few eyebrows were raised. Everyone said, wait a second, that's a football brand, or it was one that maybe wasn't associated with rugby, but historically it very much is.
Yeah, very much so. I think people of a certain generation will remember Italia '90. That was a first time I really fell in love with sport, and of course the Gaza crying in an Umbro shirt. But if you look back through history, the Umbro is an iconic rugby brand. British Lions shirts of certainly the 70s and 80s, but also a lesser known fact, when Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, he was wearing an Umbro vest. And of course at the time, different to today, you don't have it plastered over everywhere, but Umbro being a British brand has a very rich history. And certainly, iconic in football, but has its place in rugby as well. And obviously, seeing the England rugby side wear it has opened it up to opportunities again within rugby. And we're seeing people start coming towards that brand and seeing it slightly differently rather than just that football brand, as I think some people did for a while.
If we're talking iconic Umbro looks, I'm a London Irish man, as you know. Do you remember the LI? That kit that looked like a lightning bolt? Are we going to be sort of seeing that sort of razzmatazz, that flamboyance coming back onto the scene?
Well, it comes back with that technology, and the beauty of the sublimation is we can do what the heck you want. Anything that tickles your fancy, Burnsy.
Ideal for 7th season, particularly when you're wanting to look a little bit more flamingo or peacocky out there.
No, absolutely. And what we're seeing is that actually within the schools world, that first 15 shirt has tended to be the same for decades, for hundreds of years within some schools. It doesn't change very much, but certainly going down that sevens road gives that opportunity to get a little bit more flamboyance.
A little bit more jazzy. Well, look, Chris, thank you for your support. Thank you for your time on commentary and bringing a bit of wisdom. And, fantastic kit. But even despite how good the kit is, I can see that you want to get an extra jacket on because the temperature is dropping a little bit here, isn't it? It is dropping. You deserve to go in and get yourself a cup of tea. So thank you very much. Okay, and we'll be catching up with you. We'll get you back on comms as well. We want to get that expert knowledge. But let's put you behind me. I'm going to slide over here, and I'm going to bring us to Rob as well. Let's bring in a bit of Sedbergh scenery as well. Okay, here. So step forward, Rob, and we've got our ambassadors from Looseheads here, which is, well, if you follow rugby, you know Looseheads, you know the fantastic work they're doing in the mental health space surrounding players' mental well-being and just generally promoting that attitude of making sure your mate's okay. And you guys are getting increasingly into the school sphere, and it starts here with the Sedbergh 10s.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to Jason and Sedbergh for having us for this weekend. It's been really, really good. And yeah, like you said, Luced's, we're leading rugby mental health charity on a mission to place a mental health lead at every rugby club in the world. A bonkers mission, a completely bonkers mission. But
So what does that mean, having a mental health lead at every rugby club in the world?
yeah, so it's an administrative lead. So it's someone, we all know that person in our rugby club who's a volunteer that will stick their hand up and do absolutely anything. But we're looking for that person. They don't need to be an expert, but someone that will be that point of contact. And then what our job is then is to upskill that person and give them the tools, the resources. So we have a toolkit. So it's 10 components, and it sort of acts as a bit of a menu for rugby clubs. So they can pick and choose what works for their rugby clubs. We all know that rugby clubs are different all over the place. So they pick and choose what they like, and hopefully that just starts conversations, leads to better mental fitness for us all. And hopefully, we talk about it all the time, but we're breaking down that stigma. Tackle the stigma.
Tackle the stigma. Tackle the stigma. And you, it's interesting you say working on your mental fitness, because I think that probably the perception of many that it's quite a digital thing. You're either good or you're not. And you speak about working on it, that it's a constant growth concept, and by taking small steps over a prolonged period of time, then you put yourself in the best place to be preventative rather than reactive, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think, it's mental health, mental fitness, mental well-being, they all mean the same thing, don't they? But there's such a stigma attached to that term mental health. So what we're trying to do at Luced's is change the dialogue a little bit more to talk a bit more about mental fitness, put that positive spin on it. So we talk about physical fitness all the time. Why can't we talk about mental fitness in that same way? We talk about going to the gym, or we talk about going for a walk, and that helps our physical fitness. But we need to start talking about that mental fitness side of things as well, and that's what we're trying to do. Talk about mental fitness.
Talk about mental fitness. Can we talk about mental fitness? Tell me a few. I don't want to say cheat sheet for mental fitness, but some of the small things that we can be doing, on a daily or a weekly basis that is just keeping us ticking over and incrementally getting us to that better spot.
Yeah, well, it's like that physical fitness thing. It's we know we should move a bit more and eat a bit less. Mental fitness is no different at all. We can keep in touch with our mates, we can listen to our favourite music, we know the triggers that when we go bad, we know the triggers when we go good, and it's about 2 or 3 things each week. If we keep our heads in the game, we can look after ourselves. And all we've ever tried to do is marry God's greatest game, which has been on show today, with that elusive state of mental fitness.
And why the Sedbergh 10s? Why choosing Sedbergh? Why choosing this great competition as one of your platforms, one of your vehicles to be promoting?
Well, Jason, as Rob said, got in touch and he positioned the Sedbergh 10s as the premier 10s tournament, and he's absolutely spot on. Yeah. What also helps with us is one of our trustees is an ex-alumni, so an old Sedberghian. So we've a good connection with this place. We founded this from a chance conversation at the end of a bar in our rugby club in Wilmslow. And at that bar, there's plenty of old Sedberghians kicking about that place. So we're delighted to support this. Do you know, it's not a chore at all. It's brilliant, because you walk round here and it's just rugbiness abound. Everybody is having a cracking time. Last night was far too much a good time, and it's just it's a great event. And what I really enjoy is the fact that a lot of these lads here today, they're 18 years old. They'll probably put the last time they'll put their school shirt on together in that team, and what a way to go out.
I think the other thing there as well is that it's all about starting that conversation about mental health a little bit earlier. We want to do more in the school space, so one of the things that we're doing is we're working on a youth mental health training module, so it's aimed at 10 to 18 year olds, all about starting that conversation earlier. And one of the we've had a few success stories over our 6 years, but one of the biggest ones for us that sort of stopped us in our tracks was a few weeks ago, and it was a young girl actually that was no older than 20, so similar age to some of the boys that are on show today, and she sort of got in touch and said, I logged onto Instagram to say my final goodbyes to my friends, and I came across Luced's and it stopped me. So I wanted to say thank you because you saved my life. And that stopped us in our tracks. And if we can just copy and paste that, tell a few more, those stories here today, and hopefully we can change people's lives for the better, but hopefully save a few lives as well.
Wow, profound stuff. Look, everyone's probably wanting to know how they can get access to the Loose Heads material, how they can get involved, how they can help others.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of stash. So
bit of stash? No way. What, a rugby-based organisation with stash?
We've got some stash. We're on Instagram. We're on all the social media channels. On our website is looseheads.co.uk. It's with a Z because we think we're pretty cool. The reality is we're not. The stash is though, so get yourself some stash and support the cause.
The stash is. You lads going to be sticking around for the whole weekend and catching all the action?
We are indeed. Yes.
All right. Okay. Who's going to win?
Really? My money is on Brighton.
Brighton look good. Yeah, they look good.
Double Brighton, controversial. The team that beat Sedbergh. Oh God, you guys aren't going to be allowed back in. Yeah. Look, guys, it's great to have you here. Let's try and catch up again across the weekend. Yeah. You're doing amazing work. Do go and check out looseheads.com with a Z because they're edgy, and go and see how you can help and see also what you can get from it as well. Right, lads, I'll let you jump in and get what we are going to circle round here and catch up with my boy Jay-Z, Jack Zorab, who's been on the ones and twos here. Come and take a look at this, actually. Come here. This is the glamorous world of stream sports commentary. Come on, Jack, move around a little bit. So this is the little booth, the team sheets pouring up everywhere.
Most famous microphone in the world.
Yeah.
Cole's ribbon lit mic.
Yeah. Well, I thought you meant the next gen mic, actually. the next gen mic. That's why it's the most famous. But Jack, you've seen it all. We've seen most of it today, that's for sure. And there's a lot of talk about off the back of the Rossum Park week. Lads are going to be tired. They don't look very tired out there.
They have a lot of energy, I think, under 18 level, don't you? Yeah. The bounce back ability is extremely high for these boys. Yeah, I mean, they had a travel day in between as well, so I think that, that's going to sit in the legs a little bit. Sedbergh, perhaps, I felt, have looked a little bit sluggish compared with maybe Brighton College, compared with maybe Stamford, who really have brought quite a lot of energy. But there's so much class with that Sedbergh team that despite losing that final match to not top the group, tomorrow I think tomorrow they'll bring a bit more of an A game. But I think yeah, there was some real comebacks today. Hampton College, Hampton School rather, they were down 10 points to nil against Seaford, and then they came back and I think they won it by a good 12 points. So yeah, there was a lot of surprises. Energy levels kind of spiked and then crashed, and I think maybe the same will happen tomorrow. I don't know. It's day two can really bring some changes to fortunes, can't it?
Well, day two is an interesting one because we've seen before that you don't have to win all your games to win the Sedbergh 10s, and teams progress to the cup competition having suffered a loss, and sometimes that can be the fire that's lit underneath a team overnight, stewing over that loss, thinking how can we be better, and the day you want to be perfect is day two, because that's when the trophies get handed out.
Yeah, it's amazing how many teams start like the clappers and then might fade on day two. Yeah, and I think it'll be about managing that, and you've got to be sensible tonight, haven't you, as well? You've got to get your head down. You can't play too many rounds of pool in the dormitories or stay up playing table tennis. You've got to think about the next day.
Okay, let's talk about a few of the other teams, because Ipswich are a side that have really impressed me. They've gone about their business pretty emphatically, and they ended with a big win here on pitch 2, which you weren't doing, but I got to see. So, along with them, a few other sides?
I think Ipswich were really impressive because physically they're so big, and they brought a lot of that aggression. They've got a lot of good rugby players who are skillful. They did struggle in their match previously, but then they got through that. I think a very strange scenario where the opposition were trying to run it from behind their own line, despite just needing to kick it out, and then Ipswich dived on it. So they got perhaps a little bit lucky there, but they're definitely one to watch. I was really impressed with Stamford as well today. I thought they had a lot about them that was right and was quite considered, and they reminded me a bit of Oakham, who won the Schools Cup this year. Just no stars, but everyone knows their role, and they played quite sensible rugby as well.
Okay, and last one, with the Loosehead lads there, tongues wagging about Hampton, Brighton College. So maybe propelled by the heartache of the Rosslyn Park Sevens, where they got pipped in the last play of the game against Harrow, but they're looking good. They're looking competition ready.
Yeah, they are completely. You know, Brighton College are going to be able to bring a high level of aggression. I think that's what they've always brought. But their skill set so good. Nick Boy, as he's done to so many teams down the years for Brighton College, has got them in obviously a really good place. They were highly motivated. There were so many words being exchanged. If only we'd had more microphones around the pitch against Brighton College against Sedbergh, I think we would have picked up some spicy interactions. So yeah, they do look good.
Excellent, Jack. You've done a fabulous job guiding us through the action all day. I'm gonna give you the rest of the day off, and I'm gonna come out into the sunshine and just show you the vista. This is where we are enjoying the Premier 10s competition in the country. Unbelievable views. We've been blessed with sunshine, though the mercury is dropping fast now. More sunshine forecast tomorrow, definitely more tries, and certainly high drama as we head into the cup and plate competitions, and we're going to be crowning the Sedbergh 10s champion 2023. The only way you can see that is either by coming down here or joining us on the stream. Jack, Dave and myself will be here to guide you through the action, and we cannot wait. It's early to bed for the boys, it's early to bed for us, and it should be early to bed for you. So the energy reserves are high to enjoy the dramatic climax that is bound to come. Thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Our ambition is to positively impact on every single kid through their chosen sport at whatever level they want to be at. From one level to the next, we need to ensure that there's some learning going on. We're looking at that growth mindset, originality, leadership and determination, going through everything that we're doing. So my challenge to you is, like always, going to be around transfer. So how do we transfer these chats into our delivery, which impacts on every single kid? Okay, play.
Give it all now. We should see the best of you.
As soon as you hear a clap or a gun or a whistle to react to, your muscles just kick in a lot better.
Lift it backwards, lift it backwards.
Great pass, mate.
There you go, straight in the car. That's a goal in any league in the world.
Make good mistakes. Don't get frustrated if you haven't quite mastered it yet. Does he want to do a bit of running? Super speedy, Rupert!
We've worked it out, he's got a superpower.
Most importantly, have we enjoyed this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah? Top stuff, okay, right.
First of four! First of four!
Jump laterally, land on one leg, yeah? You're pushing yourself back, okay? It's going to be hard to get it down, this one.
The latest video that we've just done here, the jump is anything perfect, it's going straight, and what does that mean with our weight now, all of a sudden? Where's the weight going?
Forwards towards the stumps.
Exactly.
Watch yourself.
Good drive, turn and send, turn and have a look.
Really quick feet, accelerating, change your direction and then driving to take a pass, okay?
That's it, good girl. Hands down, good girl. Go on, make it go into that corner, brilliant. Getting back to the outside.
The growth, the originality, the leadership and a bit of determination. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was absolute class, boys. Sometimes we get so preoccupied with having that ball, we forget about what's around us, we forget about looking up, scanning. I want you to tell one person each from the group, just one person in the group, what you loved about what you've just done at some point in that game. That's what teamwork's about. Respect, belief. How good is that? That was awesome, boys. Well done. Grab a drink. Well done. Good stuff.
Crazy catch over
yeah,
there.
that was so cool.
That was by far the best part today.
I also like the 2v1 because it was very challenging.
Yeah!
really well done today. Let's start to pack away. See you next time. Okay, now Katie, this piece of work that you've done here is really impressive. So keep it up. Well done.
Thank you.
The spirit of always getting better. The spirit of starting a very important journey. The spirit of teamwork and ingenuity. The spirit of community and family. The spirit of safety in a home away from home. The spirit of competition and loyalty. The spirit of passion and creativity. The spirit of achievement when it matters. This is the spirit of Sedbergh.
I'm Jagger from One Yorks, and this is what I've done this week.